For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
All right, good morning and welcome to the October 19th meeting of the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County. Today is October 19th. It is exactly 10 o'clock a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Vice Chairman Liz Hausman.
Present.
Commissioner Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Lee Morris.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr.
Present.
Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning, all. We are honored to have with us this morning to give us the invocation Pastor Tanjay Clark from St. Paul Missionary Baptist Church, East Point. Pastor Clark.
Thank you. Let us bow now for a brief word of prayer. Most High God, the God of all nations, the God of all people, we come to you humbly as we know how, submitting our will for your perfect will. Dear God, we ask that you rest, rule, and abide here in this meeting today. We ask that you be with the Board of Commissioners. Bless their families, dear God. Bless their constituents. Bless the people in this city, dear God, and keep them near your heart. Dear God, we ask that you let peace abide, dear God. And we ask that regardless of our ethnicities, our cultures, our religions, that we are one body in you. These things we ask in the mighty and matchless name of you, we pray. And as people of God, we say, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 22-0755, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the recess meeting agenda for separate consideration.
All right, any items on the consent agenda? Anyone? Madam Clerk, anything? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 5, recess meeting agenda, 22-0767, adoption of the recess meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have one amendment to today's recess meeting agenda. On page 5, 22-0769, presentation of proclamations and certificates. Commissioner Hall has requested to move the proclamation recognizing Chaplain Clifton Dawkins to the November 2nd regular meeting agenda.
All right, any other, Commissioner Vice Chair Hausman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would also like to request that as we start the proclamations today, that we invite our award winners for the environmental awards program we had earlier this morning, just to come down for a photo op at the beginning of the proclamation ceremony.
No objections. Commissioner Abdul Rahman?
Chairman, I just wanted to openly say on behalf of District 6, we offer condolences to the loss of Jamanda Orange. Reverend Orange's daughter passed away. And so I just wanted to openly give the condolences on behalf of the County Commission.
All right. Madam Clerk, where are we? Yeah, we need a motion. Motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Vice Chair Hausman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 22-0768, ratification of minutes, recess meeting minutes, September 21st, regular meeting post-agenda minutes, October 5th, 2022.
All right, is there a motion? All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdur Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Cast your vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0769, presentation of proclamations and certificates.
Okay.
Would all the environmental awards winners please come down?
And as you're making your way down, I just wanted to, for the public, let you know that we had a ceremony before the Board of Commissioners meeting today to recognize our environmental leaders throughout Fulton County. These folks are on the front lines of our environment and natural resources and do a wonderful job of educating us about the importance of maintaining the environment and the various things going on throughout Fulton County that are being done to continue to make us a first-class place to live, work, and play and raise a family. So I'm going to just read the award winners into the record so that everybody knows who we have here. If you want to raise your hand as I call your name, that would be great. Chairman Pitts, his nominee was Mimosa Hall in Roswell. In District 1, it was the Environmental Education Alliance of Georgia. In District 2, it was Ms. Simone DeBose. District 3 was the Temple. That's so cool, y'all are taking pictures. District 4 was Wholesome Wave, Georgia. District 5 was the Nature Girls. District 6 was Dr. Catherine Foster Rowell. And then we had 2 countywide awards, and one was the Chattahoochee Working Group of the Chattahoochee Riverlands Study. Pardon me, Walt Ray is here with Trust for Public Lands, way in the back. And then a very special recognition of our very own Department of Public Works for the Fulton Azalea Drive and South Fulton Collections inflow and infiltration reduction projects. This project has eliminated almost 100% of the spills we had along the Chattahoochee River in that area. So very, very proud of this wonderful group doing such wonderful things in Fulton County. I don't know how. Can we get this out of the way? If you go up a little higher, you can get everybody.
The first proclamation is recognizing Friends of the Library Week, sponsored by Chairman Pitts. The first proclamation is recognizing Friends of the Library Week, sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Come on down, Fulton County Library System, Friends of the Library. Hey, Gail, good to see you. All right. Wait, you guys gonna, okay, well, I'm like, everybody's on one side. All right, well, Gail knows I love the library and its team. Having worked with Gail for many years when I was chief of staff to Commissioner Garner, and just working on all the library projects, the renovations with you and Al, and getting all that done, it is an honor to also recognize the friends of the library, because without you, we couldn't get a lot of things done. You do so much to help us with our libraries and our patrons. So the proclamation reads, whereas the Fulton County Library System's Friends of the Library volunteer program is a unique opportunity for citizens to contribute their time and expertise to enhance the services of Fulton County and the library system, growing from a few dozen volunteers in 1989 when it first began to over 3,356 Friends volunteers. And whereas the Fulton County Library System Friends volunteers play a vital role in advocating for library services, collecting, sorting, organizing, and selling thousands of donated books at book sales and bookstores across the county, hosting fundraisers, funding and sponsoring library programs, returning materials to the shelves, and more. And whereas the Fulton County Library System acknowledged 301 Friends volunteers during National Friends of Libraries Week 2022, including Friends volunteers celebrating as many as 30 years of service to the library system, and countless other volunteers who served thousands of hours throughout the years. And whereas there are currently 18 Friends of the Library groups throughout Fulton County that provide significant support to the library system by contributing over 413,548 lifetime volunteer hours, as well as funds to enhance the important programs and services of the library system. And whereas Library Friends volunteers have given unselfishly of their time and talents to the Fulton County Library System, donating 14,364 hours in 2022, providing services worth $397,308, and bringing the Friends volunteers' lifetime totals to 3,356 volunteers who have served a remarkable 413,548 volunteer hours. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County recognizes the accomplishments and dedication of the individuals who donate their services to the Fulton County Library System, and does hereby proclaim the week of October 16th through the 22nd, 2022, as Fulton County Library System's Friends of the Library Week in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you so much to all of the commissioners. I am Heather Stanishevsky, the Volunteer Services Manager for Fulton County. Our friends groups give unselfishly of their time and energy and efforts. They help change lives of giving free books to people, bringing programs to the library that we would not be able to have without them. Our friends range in age from 5 to 89. They are in the library every single day. So please check out your local bookstore and see how you might be able to join the Friends. We have memberships available at all of our branches, and we are looking to form new Friends groups. So thank you for all of your support, and please thank a friend today as well. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Clean Water Week, sponsored by Vice Chair Hausman.
Mr. Clark, come on down. I've had the privilege of celebrating Clean Water Week now for 12 years. And I just always am so proud of our team and all the great work that is done in Fulton County that really goes under the radar and is taken for granted by the community because we do such a good job. But clean water is life, and we all know that, and it's my honor to read this into the record. Whereas Clean Water Week celebrates the 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act and is a week-long reminder of the many ways Public Works demonstrates its commitment to providing safe and reliable collection and treatment of wastewater for the discharge to improve our environment and our communities. And whereas Public Works is committed to improving and maintaining the quality of its water and wastewater system through daily activities that are vital to the integrity of the system, including the installation, repair and maintenance of the water and wastewater systems, monitoring security, and implementing emergency response plans when needed, while also educating customers. And whereas Public Works effectively and systematically evaluates water and wastewater needs for more than 111,700 existing customers to ensure and actively manages and renews its assets and human resources with an $84 million annual operating budget and a projected $85 million capital improvement program through the use of innovative technologies and utilities management systems to efficiently serve water and waste and sewer customers. And whereas Public Works has received numerous awards in 2022, including the Georgia Association of Water Professionals Platinum Award for the Tom Low Atlanta Fulton County Water Treatment Plant, the Big Creek, Camp Creek, Johns Creek Environmental Campuses, and Little River Reclamation Facilities, the GAWP Comprehensive Education Program of Excellence in Water and Wastewater, and the Public Education New Media Award. Continued recognition as a Water First community in Georgia, and most recently, the Public Works Wastewater Collection System was recognized in 2021 by the Fulton County Environmental Commission for its inflow and infiltration reduction program that we just had before us a few minutes ago. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County commends the Department of Water Resource for its continued dedication and public service, and hereby proclaims the week of October 6th through 16 through 22, 2022, as Clean Water Week in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm David Clark. I'm the Director of Public Works, and with me are really the people who do all of the work every single day. We like to think that every day is Clean Water Week in our business, and we certainly recognize the importance of making sure that we acknowledge it to the general public at least once a year. But we do take great pride in the fact that the water that we collect and treat at our wastewater treatment plants are actually returned to the Chattahoochee River in a much cleaner state than what we took it out to use for our drinking water. So when we're sending it downstream to our neighbors, that they have something to use for their water needs. Also, the main part of this week is really to encourage other people to understand the importance of clean water. And with Colette and her education staff, we do a number of educational events, not only during this week, but throughout the entire year, to really hit home the importance that everybody has a role in Clean Water Week. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing International Day for the Eradication of Poverty Appreciation, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Mrs. Omalami, affectionately known as Mama O, please come down. You gonna help her? It is an honor to present you with this proclamation and for you to be here today on behalf of Hosea Feeds, Hosea Helps, Hosea Clothes. Hosea does everything. And this is in observance of the International Day for Eradication of Poverty. Whereas the observance of the International Day for Eradication of Poverty can be traced back to October 17th, 1987, when over 100,000 people gathered in France, in Paris, France, to honor the victims of extreme poverty, violence, and hunger. And whereas they proclaim that poverty is a violation of human rights and affirm the need to come together to ensure that these rights are respected, since then, people of all backgrounds, beliefs, and social origins have gathered every year on October 17th to renew their commitment and show their solidarity with the poor. And whereas October 17th presents an opportunity to acknowledge the effort and struggle of people living in poverty, a chance to make their concerns heard and to recognize that poor people are the first to fight against poverty. And whereas Reverend Hosea L. Williams founded Hosea Feed the Hungry and Homeless, also known as Hosea Helps, one of the largest nonprofit social services organizations for the poor and hungry on holidays in North America, with the mission to investigate and then raise public awareness about the many problems that are facing families and individuals that are at risk for slipping into poverty, and or that are living in poverty, and then to mobilize financial resources, products, and volunteers to solve those problems and stabilize those households. And whereas the full participation of people living in poverty must be at the center of policies and strategies to build a sustainable future which can guarantee that our planet and our societies can fulfill the needs and aspirations of this and future generations. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes that all people must come together to end poverty and discrimination in order to build a sustainable future, and commends the tireless work of Hosea Helps in this mission, and does hereby proclaim Monday, October 17th, 2022 as International Day for the Eradication of Poverty Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations, Mama O.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Many of you know me as Elizabeth Omalami, but who am I? Today I stand in the footprints of Jemida Orange, our beloved warrior sister, who has gone on to become an ancestor, who left big, big shoes to fill. Today I stand as the mother that called me living in a hotel with her baby without cash or food. Today I stand with the lady that called. She was going to commit suicide. She has 5 children because she couldn't find assistance of any kind. Today I stand as Fulton County. I stand representing those women and men who are hard working, who are working some 2 or 3 jobs. And today I stand with you as public servants who all care about our community And God has put you in this place to make a difference in the lives of thousands of Fulton County citizens. I am proud to represent Fulton County today, and the 23 staff members that Hosea helps that work like 53 that are out there right now today getting ready to serve the 400 families we serve every week in this cold. So we join our arms and our hands together to eradicate poverty. It starts with mental health. It goes from there to financial health, physical health, housing, education. It goes so far reaching, but all of you touched one of those areas at one time or another. And I stand to say thank you so much, Commissioner Hall and the other commissioners here, for acknowledging that we can do something. We can make a difference, and we will, on behalf of Hosea Helps. Thank you so much.
The next proclamation is recognizing Let's Talk Month, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Come on down, Board of Health. Hey, good morning, good morning. It is an honor to present you with this proclamation. I actually had no idea about Let's Talk Month until hearing about it recently and getting the request for the proclamation. And it reads, whereas each year October is recognized nationwide as Let's Talk Month to encourage young people and their parents and caregivers to have open and honest discussions about sexuality and related topics such as gender and sexual orientation, body image, relationships, and preventing pregnancy and sexually transmitted infections. And whereas Fulton County Board of Health recognizes that having the talk with your teen about sex is sometimes difficult. However, it's critically important to have a series of discussions that begin early, happen often, and continue over time, which can make more of a difference than a single conversation. And whereas Fulton County Board of Health, through its Teen Pregnancy Prevention Program, Skills, Knowledge, and Youth Empowerment, SKY project, provides evidence-based sexual health education to adolescents and tips and tools for parents and teens on how to have those uncomfortable conversations. And whereas the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention indicates that when parents communicate honestly and openly with their teens about sex, relationships, and the prevention of HIV, STIs, and pregnancy, they can help promote their teen's health and reduce the chances that their teen will engage in behaviors that place them at risk. And whereas Fulton County Board of Health and its SKY Project partners, Street Smart Youth Project, Atlanta Police Foundation, Boys and Girls Club of Metro Atlanta, Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, City of Atlanta Parks and Recreation, J.D. Rosen Family Foundation, and Vox ATL have implemented a systems approach to promote teen health by ensuring teens, parents, and caregivers and youth-serving organizations have access to education, training, and support. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Fulton Board of Health for their commitment to ensuring that adolescents and their parents have access to accurate information and tools to help reduce unplanned pregnancies, to help teens achieve optimal health, and does hereby proclaim the month of October 2022 as Let's Talk Month in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations, Board of Health. You do so much great work.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall and your esteemed colleagues on the Board of Health for the on the Board of Commissioners for the opportunity to bring awareness to this very important issue. A critical component of prevention is communication. Every October, the Fulton County Board of Health's SKIPES, or Skills, Knowledge, and Youth Empowerment Project, and the Adolescent Health and Youth Development Program celebrate Let's Talk Month. The purpose of Let's Talk Month is to bring awareness about the importance of open dialogue around sexual health between parents and trusted adults in their youth. Those conversations have many positive outcomes on the health of youth. That's delaying sexual activity until they're ready or till later in life, or using protection when they do choose to have sex. We're pleased to have partners such as Street Smart Youth Project, City of Atlanta Parks, Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, the Grady Teen Clinic, Southside Medical Center, and many others. Over the month, the Fulton County Board of Health will post on our social media platforms facts and myths about sex and helpful tips in continuing conversations about sex, love, and relationships between young people and their parents. And of course, throughout the year, we engage parents in workshops and other dialogues to support them in building their skills around having these sometimes difficult but very important conversations. Thank you for the opportunity to highlight Let's Talk Month. Thank you.
The last proclamation is recognizing Temple Lester Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
If you know anything about this family, you know that Temple becoming a great young lady is because of these two, her parents, standing next to me, because they do so much great work in the community with youth, and just they are real public servant leaders. And so for their daughter to become such a great young lady is just expected. Yes. And the proclamation reads, whereas Temple Lester is the creator of STEM Girl Swag and the inventor of the STEM Swag Box. She is also an entrepreneur, public speaker, science communicator, and STEM advocate. And whereas when she was in 3rd grade, Temple launched a website, www.justtemple.com, designed to get more of her peers, especially girls, interested in science, technology, engineering, and technology. And whereas Temple created a GoFundMe campaign that has raised in excess of $5,000 to help provide free STEM swag bags to unrepresented youth, and whereas Temple has received many awards and honors for her advocacy, including Time Magazine Kid of the Year Top 50 in 2022, was selected to Black Girls Lead in 2021, and she's had 2 award-winning National History Day documentaries featured in the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture, and Temple is a Girl Scout Silver Award winner. She appears in the AD Council's National PSA campaign, Dare to STEM, and she was named one of Atlanta's 20 Under 20 by Atlanta In-Town paper. She is the recipient of the prestigious 2019 Carol D. Reiser Youth Service Award, and in 2017, she was the Georgia Science Teachers Association STEM Talk winner. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Temple Lester for her leadership and advocacy of STEM education and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, October 19th, 2022 as Temple Lester Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall, and thank you to all the other commissioners. When I was 8 years old, I went to a science summer camp, and I was the only girl and one of few people who looked like me. And that's where I learned that there's such a big gap between men and women in STEM and minorities and non-minorities. And that's when I learned how to advocate not only for myself, but for others. So for the last 6 years, since 2016, when I was 9 years old, I've been advocating for people who look like me, for girls, for minorities, for people who are underrepresented to be represented in STEM-related fields. Since then, I've accomplished many things, and I continue along this path to make people more represented and see more people so they know that they are able to do whatever they can do. Because if you can't see it, you can't be it. But if you do see it, then that makes you want to do it. So be that person, be that inspiration to people, and that's what I'm all about. So thank you again.
On page 6, public hearings. 22-0770, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing, or by submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website at www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority to public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, will start with speakers here in Assembly Hall. We have received 5 speaker cards. Would all 5 speakers please come forward? Derek Blessingame, Devin Franklin, Micah Herskin, Reverend Lydia Meredith, and Prophet Curtis Hairston.
All right, speakers, when you have 15 seconds remaining of your 2 minutes, I'll simply say 15 seconds, and that will be your clue to terminate your, begin to conclude your remarks. It is 10:41, Madam Clerk.
Thank you for the opportunity to address this body this morning. Today I am here to encourage this body to settle the matter of Derek Blasingame versus the Fulton County Probate Court. judge. There's currently a dispute with the background check that was done on July 2nd, 2020, regarding my application for a Georgia weapons carry license. In support of my effort to have you all settle this matter, here's my evidence. Oh, okay, what's going on? You were saying that the background check can't be that. Mr. Have you ever been arrested before? Yeah, I have. Okay, so with that statement said, that due to the fact that if a rap sheet come back with an unresolved charge on it, the application can be denied, and you would have to get that information corrected. As Jill Gates, the manager of the Fulton County Probate Court, indicated, there is a background check that came back. GBI and the FBI confirmed through public records that they did conduct a background check regarding my weapons license, and they returned it to the Fulton County Probate Court. So I am calling today for this body to settle this matter. I've waited 840 days to settle this matter. The Georgia law is clear. The Georgia General Assembly was clear when it passed OCGA 1611-129. The judge of the probate court of each county shall, on application under oath, shall issue a weapons license. And in addition to this, I'm calling on the Georgia Attorney General's office to investigate the probate court judge for tampering with evidence and destruction of evidence, as the key issue for why this matter has not been resolved is the lost background check. So I'm encouraging I'm sending a letter this morning to the Georgia Attorney General's office to investigate the destruction of evidence as it relates to citizens' Second Amendment applications in Fulton County. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Devin Franklin. I am Movement Policy Counsel for the Southern Center for Human Rights and a former public defender here in Fulton County for well over a decade. During my tenure with the county, I had occasion to work in a special backlog unit known as the Standard Division, where in just over 2 years' time, we successfully worked through a case backlog such that the division was eventually closed down. I also worked with the county during the onset of the pandemic, and quite literally was the first attorney back in courts when they physically reopened. And I was part of the collective effort and successful effort to decarcerate Fulton County jail facilities through thoughtful and considerate bond releases. I recite these credentials not to pat myself on the back, but to let you know that I do not offer my comment as a mere casual or someone unfamiliar with the capabilities and the power of the Fulton County courts. About a week ago, the ACLU and ACLU of Georgia published a report that, among other things, made 4 policy recommendations that would not only reduce the population at the Fulton County jail facilities to a number that would get below such that we can get people off of the floor, but ensure that such overcrowding would not be revisited upon the county. I ask that you all adopt these recommendations, which my colleague Micah Herskin will discuss in some detail after me. I ask this not based solely on the ACLU report or my personal opinion, but also on those things that I have observed during the $75 million ORCA project, where cases of persons on bond are prioritized over the cases of persons who are in custody, where the DA has prioritized the indictment of cases for persons on bond over the indictment of cases of persons who are in custody. And for
15 seconds.
And for instance, as I observed during Zoom court hearings before Judge Alexandra Manning last night, bonds are set beyond the amounts which would allow persons who have demonstrated indigency to make bond, and more importantly, beyond the amount to which would allow third parties such as the Bell Project to meaningfully contribute to the depopulation process. I ask that you all consider these recommendations in decarceration. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Micah Herskin. I'm also with the Southern Center for Human Rights. Also here to talk about the jail. I know that this has been sort of a contentious question over the last couple of months. And I want to start from the shared premise that all of you on this board and all of us advocating want to see people off the floor. That's one thing that I think we all want. The second is that we all want to solve the issues that lead to overcrowding and people on the floor in the first place. I think we can all agree on that. And so there are 2 options on the table right now. The first is the lease, The second are the recommendations that Devin just mentioned from the ACLU to get people off the floor and to solve some of the systemic issues. I want to talk about why the lease is not the solution that all of us with this premise of wanting people off the floor should follow. So as you know, it's a 700-person lease. 350 people will come from the Union City Jail, and then 350 people will come from the Fulton County Jail at Rice Street. As Sheriff Labatt has said recently, there are at least 450 people on the floor of the jail in Fulton County at Rice Street right now, meaning that after those 700 transfers are complete, at least 100 people will still be on the floor of the Fulton County Jail, right? And it'll be only 100 people per month that are getting transferred. So even when this lease takes effect, we have months and months of hundreds of people still on the floor at Rice Street. And then even once the transfers are done, we still have 100 people there. So we haven't solved the systemic issues, and we haven't gotten people off the floor. And I think if we all care about getting people off the floor and solving the systemic issues, we would recognize that the lease is not meeting any of our shared goals. Something that can meet our shared goals of getting people off the floor is following the ACLU report recommendations. The 4 areas that they looked at are cases that are unindicted beyond 90 days, people who are held because of an inability to afford cash bail beyond 90 days, people with divertible offenses, and folks who are held only on misdemeanors. And that's 728 people. So if you all call on Fulton County actors, judges, sheriff, public defenders, DA, to actually work through those 728 cases, that will be the fastest way to get people off the floor. And so I urge you to please take these steps. The lease is not a solution. Releasing people is. Thank you.
First, thanks to this board and specifically my Commissioner, Natalie Hall, is always responsive to community needs brought to her attention via email or this forum. I have 3 concerns needing the vote of this commission, hopefully sooner than later. Number 1, presented last week, DFAC's pay raises. But no, I'm not asking for budget increases, just a vote to proceed from this board to raise the pay rates for DFAC's workers that are very paid so low that you had a 25 staff walkout in the news a month ago. Number 2, the use of 475 Fairburn Road for the Joy of Christmas event used for the past 4 years. We wait an affirmative vote from this commissioner in November's meeting. And we hope that there will be an affirmative vote for the Joy of Christmas event for our DFACS kids. We've used this site to gather toys and events for our kids. And having to vote the middle of November is really pushing it, trying to get things ready for these kids for Christmas. And lastly, the use of 475 Fairman for sheltering foster kids being hoteled and sheltered in DFACS offices and hotels. And so this was also a TV news story, and we're currently working on a business case with Fulton County DA, with the Fulton County DA office for joint use to serve challenged youth in our county. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Prophet Tony Curtis. Tony is my nickname, Tony Curtis Harrison Martin, like T.C. Martin, like Harrison Bryant. For one, I'm going to talk a little fast. Well, one, EBT board there is taking advantage of people at this Job and Family Services office. 2, I'm walking past mental health homeless people that are freezing to death on your streets, and we celebrate. And what are we celebrating? Tell me what we're celebrating. When I'm walking past girls that want to kill themselves because they're homeless. Tell me what we're celebrating. Tell me what we're celebrating when I got fired off a job. Me, the person you're talking to, I got fired off a job 3 weeks ago at Omni Hotel for nothing. And y'all hiring Mexicans and other foreigners. Tell me what we're celebrating. My ancestors died. My great-grandfather fought in the World War II. My ancestors died for this country. Y'all are throwing people off jobs and hiring foreigners by the people that was slaves in this country. Now, I come down here, I see majority African-American faces at these city councils, and I mean, people are talking about y'all. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to warn you. People are fed up at the fact that we're getting taxation without representation. So there's no justice, no peace. See, we ain't saying that for nothing. No justice, no peace. So whose side are you on? So if you're not on our side, then you're on the other side. People are tired of seeing their relatives dying on the street, freezing to death. There's money. I'm aware of all meetings. This council sent money back. Y'all sent money back to the government.
15 seconds.
That could help homeless people. Why did y'all send that money back? I'm asking questions because I want answers. Our people are dying on these streets. And we need to stop. Let me be more specific. African-American black people are dying on your streets, homeless and cracked out.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have 3 speakers on Zoom and 1 email comment.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Matt Ruenzak.
Hey, good morning, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. A couple comments this morning. One, the proclamation recognizing Sudden Cardiac Awareness Month. Thank you, Mr. Morris, for putting that on there. I think that's also very relevant in current times. I don't know if you all have started to look at the data medically or if you have asked for your medical lead to present. But if you look at millennials across the country, we have 61,000 excess deaths in the last year or so. I think I would be having at least every month or every meeting a report out on that, because this effort to push the COVID shot into high schoolers is a mistake. And our youth is statistically at a 0 chance of dying from COVID. So I think that needs to be reevaluated. Secondly, I fully support the 2 resolutions by Ms. Hausman, 22 dash, let me get to it. Uh, 0748 and 0749. There's clearly not sufficient controls in place to protect PII. There's way too many members within Fulton County whose information was exposed. This should never happen. We've heard from private companies before where information may be exposed due to a hacking incident, but it's not because someone emailed someone PII. That should be a red flag and needs to be addressed immediately. And 0749, we've been down this road a million times.
15 seconds.
They have grossly not earned the ability to have a contract with this county or any county in this state for obvious reasons that we've been through. We can just refer to the audit of them as sufficient information, not to mention the recent breach of PII. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Ben Howard.
Thank you. Greetings, one and all. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. Giving credit where credit is due, I give credit today to Fulton County Commission Chairperson Rob Pitts for facilitating communications between me and the county official as to why the defunct Council on Aging is allowed to seat members on the board of the Commission on Elder Affairs. I can now turn my attention to other concerns of senior citizens in Fulton County, like transportation. Ongoing price gouging is a concern of seniors who use private vehicles. Proposed price gouging by extreme fiscal county conservatives who flunked Poverty 101 is a concern of seniors who ride the Fulton County Senior Transportation Program. Fasten your seatbelts, everyone. The road to higher fees for senior transportation in Fulton County is going to be a bumpy road. Stay tuned.
The last person to speak is Kevin Muldowney.
Good morning, Commissioners. It feels like Groundhog Day. I was one of the many citizens that had their personal information exposed by the incompetence of Happy Faces as they were acting on the behalf of Fulton County. We need to fire Happy Faces. We've been here before. This has to be the last straw. Hello? A lot of noise there. This has to be the last straw. They have put our elections at risk. Now they're putting the citizens' identity at risk, including my own personal identity for the world to see. I support Commissioner Hausman's agenda item 22-0749. I also support her agenda item 0748, but would suggest putting a penalty of immediate termination of the entire contract for a breach as we're proposing with Happy Faces. Fulton needs to stop using any temp agencies that have anything to do with our elections and hire competent employees to run our elections process. We then need to fill our temporary elections positions directly with capable and motivated stakeholders and let them work reasonable hours. If we take this approach, we will not only save money, but we'll also solve our problem of retaining quality seasonal election workers going forward. Thank you very much.
And this concludes the Zoom public comments.
We have one email comment from Sheeta Lauer. Greetings, Commissioners. First, I would like to thank Don Butler's office for the excellent handling of requests I sent to address homeless persons. Unfortunately, it appears the office is short-staffed, overwhelmed, and overworked. Second, what is in place for detainees in Fulton County jails who are eligible to vote to exercise their right to vote? Having advocated for detainees during the last presidential election in 2020, I know for a fact several detainees are eligible to vote and are overlooked in this opportunity. I asked the Fulton County Board of Elections to take actions on my request as well as Sheriff Labatt ASAP. A critical election November 8th is upon us, and these eligible detainees deserve the right to vote. During the 2020 election, approximately 300 detainees voted who were found eligible to vote. Commissioners, thank you for allowing this public comment, and thanks for your service. This concludes the email comments.
No further speakers.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on page 6, presentations to the board, 22-0771, Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority.
Good morning, County Commissioners. My name is Javon Gibson. I'm the CEO of the Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority. I am grateful for the opportunity to be here, and I'm here with.
I am Catherine Flowers. I'm Catherine Flowers, and I'm the chair of the Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority. And Javon and his entire team are here today. Before he starts, he will make our presentation today, but I want you to know that we have made progress. We are almost full in terms of our board, our trustees, and so we've made tremendous progress, and we're very pleased with our staff and the progress they've made. Thank you, Mr. Gibson.
All right, next slide, please. Well, I begin our presentation by introducing you to our Board of Trustees. We have a confluence of backgrounds and experiences on our board. I would like to point out that we have a full complement of trustees now with the addition of Dr. Patrice Basanta Henry and Attorney Bernard Taylor. Thank you. Next slide. This is our staff now. The last time I came before you, we were in the midst of transition. We've taken the opportunity to be very intentional about building our capacity. We've brought on in our executive leadership team, Roger Reese, who's our VP of Finance. Roger has over 30 years of government accounting experience. Ms. Christine Wiggins comes to us as our VP of Community Health Systems. Ms. Wiggins' background stems 15 years in public health, at state, federal level, as well as local healthcare systems. Ms. Wiggins comes to us from the Department of Public Health as the Deputy Director of Chronic Diseases. Our team consists of Beverly Register, Shelby Bennett, and Ashley Yates. Next slide, please. I want to talk to you about our mission. You may see a slight modification in our mission. It's because of a part of our strategic planning process. Through collaboration with Grady Health System and innovative strategies, we'll improve health outcomes in Fulton and DeKalb. Our vision really is to be a resource for creative solutions that support the delivery of quality health care and preventive services to ensure health equity for the residents of Fulton and DeKalb. Next slide. I want to start, before I jump into what we have done this year, with a basic premise, and that is the work that we did at the Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority is based on the premise that health goes way beyond physical health. And we understand that our definition of health is consistent with the World Health Organization's definition. It's a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. It goes beyond just the absence of sickness or disease. Next slide. This is the premise by which we did much of the work in the past year. We conducted our year in review begins with an entire organizational restructure and realignment. This work was pretty labor intensive. We took a look at what is the actual function of the hospital authority and how can we be sure that our forum followed our function in terms of our staffing structure as well as our strategic initiatives. We replaced and retooled critical roles and functions to ensure that there was no wastage, to ensure alignment with Grady, and to ensure alignment with the county's specific interests and needs. We added two new trustees, as I mentioned, from Fulton and DeKalb, Dr. Henry and Attorney Bernard Taylor, who bring an extensive amount of knowledge, skills, and abilities to this work. We concluded our strategic planning process that included key informant interviews and community stakeholder input. Now, I want to talk to you really quickly about our strategic planning process. There were multiple phases to this, not the least of which began with taking a comprehensive look at what we call our governing documents, our MOU with the counties, our bylaws, and any number of the other documents we use as guiding principles. We then made a determination as a board, what is the work of this authority? From there, we met with community stakeholders. We did public meetings, stakeholder interviews with some 70 different organizations and entities throughout Fulton and DeKalb. A part of that process was key informant interviews, talking to Grady leadership, talking to constituents to make a determination as to what did they see their authority needed to do and be in response to the needs in the county. We then defined our own priorities and then established the way forward. We supported the planning and the launch of Grady's Office of Health Equity. We recognize that there are disparities that we see in and throughout the counties with respect to healthcare, and existing and emerging issues really bring to light the need for more comprehensive work building a healthcare ecosystem. That is our shared work, and we recognize that. So we partnered with Grady in the development of their strategic plan for their Office of Health Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. That partnership has began and is continuing to do incredible work with community stakeholders and partners. We defined our own organizational priorities, which I will share with you here very shortly. And those organizational priorities, as you know, have been informed by existing and emergent needs. These needs have been elucidated by the changes that we've seen here in our healthcare ecosystem. No need to speak to that. We all know the implications for those changes, and that in and of itself is a core part of why this work is so important. And then we launched a comprehensive forensic audit to identify opportunities to strengthen our internal management system. This audit came as a recommendation of one of our trustees to level set the organization and to be certain that the work that we did was the right work and that we were doing it the right way. The purpose of this audit is to ensure that there is transparency, accountability, and best practices in place as a hospital authority. Next slide. I want to share with you very quickly what our new strategic pillars are. Our strategic pillars are organizational capacity and accountability, recognizing that we have a stewardship responsibility and obligation to the citizens and constituents that you oversee and work with. And a part of that organizational capacity and accountability is building our internal capacity to be responsive, to monitor and evaluate our outcomes, and to be sure that we are being good stewards of the resources that we hold. Stakeholder engagement. Again, we recognize that it's important to give agency to the people that we work with. It's important to give voice and agency to the people that we serve. And as a part of that process, we will consistently work with our stakeholders from various sectors to bring them into the conversation. We recognize and acknowledge as a part of this work as well that health outcomes are tied to a confluence of other factors. And those entities that provide services in those spaces must be actively engaged in doing that work. Innovative strategies and initiatives. This is the work we do in partnership with Grady and our community-based orgs, partners throughout the counties. It's important work, and we recognize that necessity is the mother of innovation. Lastly, another pillar is asset management. Grady facilities are a tremendous asset that belong to you and your constituents. As stewards of those assets, we think it's extremely important that we ensure, by working collaboratively with Grady, that those resources are being used appropriately as mandated by our governing documents. Lastly, I want to bring your attention to our core values: stewardship, transparency, accountability, and a high degree of professionalism. Next slide. Our strategic priorities, as defined by our strategic planning process, are very consistent with Grady's and ironically consistent with the Wellstar AMC and a number of other facilities. I would venture to say that's probably because of the key informant interviews and the feedback that we got from our stakeholders. Access to care continues to remain a critical health issue in the healthcare ecosystem in Fulton and DeKalb. Ensuring that all constituents, regardless of socioeconomic status, level of vulnerability, have access to quality care remains a critical element of our work. Social determinants of health, understanding that we must work with partners from various stakeholders and various stakeholders from various sectors to do this work, recognizing that health is impacted by so many other inequities. And it's impossible for us to address health in isolation and in a vacuum without working with other agencies, housing, food insecurity, addressing other issues. And then lastly, mental health. You've heard a little bit about this before. I know that this is a recurring issue. And the question we often hear is, how do you address mental health? Well, I think that there's not one answer. There's clearly not one bullet. But what we do know is that by advocating for increased awareness, responsiveness, and access, that we can conceivably put a dent in our mental health issue here in Fulton and DeKalb. More specifically, all of this work really is about making sure that we have measured impacts and have identified a dashboard for our work. Next slide, please. So, our key initiatives. We have internal within the organization and then external. Our key initiatives are finalizing and retooling all of our internal controls and related operations functions. We want to make sure that it's standardization, seamlessness, and accountability. We're looking to align our grant making so that it's consistent with Grady's priorities as well as our organizational priorities, as well as the needs of our constituents and your constituents. We're looking to develop a dashboard that ensures that we have standard measures across all of the work that's happening, and we're able to evaluate what is the impact of our work. And this is in collaboration with Grady, looking at things like quality of care, access to care. And then lastly, in terms of our internal piece, I want to talk to you about engaging you, the county commissioners, around a new Grady MOU. In our work, we recognize that our work and our space in this ecosystem is really to be an intermediary, to be an advocate, yes, for Grady, but more specifically to be an advocate and a translator for those folks who need agency and a voice. So a part of this process, we will be sitting down with you and talking to you more specifically about what does this new MOU look like for your specific district and jurisdiction. I think it's important that we recognize that Grady is a facility and entity that's owned by this hospital authority, but more importantly, that there's a reciprocity in that relationship that can be established. Grady is very much open to it, and we are open to help you facilitate that. Each of your unique districts has very specific needs that we conceivably can support in terms of work-specific healthcare concerns. Externally, we're working closely with Grady to launch expanded community health worker initiative. Again, using community health workers to build the bridge to access to care. We're providing funding opportunities to mission-aligned community-based organizations in support of what we call cooperative agreements. Once the priorities have been executed, this plan is now finalized, we will then define how and who we want to work with to support these efforts. We're not talking about just sprinkling resources. What we're talking about is established long-standing agreements with clear deliverables and clear desired outcomes. We want to engage our partners from any number of sectors, and we may be looking to you to support those efforts. And lastly, I'd like to say that we will be advocating for empathy in the healthcare ecosystem. My colleague, Dr. Wimberly at Grady, has launched her work around health equity. And in a part of developing her strategic plan, she called me one night and we were having a conversation and about what that plan would look like. And it was kind of late, and I said to her, there can be no equity without empathy. A deeper understanding of the needs of the people that we serve is critical. I will end with this. I think the greatest testament to this work and why I'm so grateful and honored for the opportunity to do this. Last week I got a call. My father had a stroke. I'm from another country. It's a third world country. I found myself at the airport. I left my office, tried to get there as soon as I possibly could. My father himself is a surgeon. He was in surgery earlier that day. I was sitting in the airport and I couldn't help but think, man, I wish I could bring him to Grady. That's huge. He can afford any type of health care, but I wish I could bring him to Grady. We have work to do, and I sincerely hope that you see us as a resource and advocate in doing this work. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation and the update. Any questions, colleagues? All right, thank you very much. We'll see you next quarter. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Bottom of page 6, under Open and Responsible Government, 22-0772, request approval to renew existing contracts to provide on-site preventive and predictive maintenance services for chillers on an as-needed basis.
You have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 7, 22-0773, Real Estate and Asset Management, requests approval to renew existing contracts to provide landfill solid waste disposal and single-stream recycling services.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, again seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 22-0774, Senior Services, request approval to renew an existing contract to provide professional burial services for any unclaimed county resident declared indigent in the death, if the death occurred within Fulton County.
All right, the motion on the floor to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Vice Chair Houseman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Under Justice and Safety, 22-0775, Sheriff, requests approval to renew an existing contract to provide National Prisoner Transportation Services.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0776, County Manager, presentation of Fulton County Operational Report.
All right, I record Commissioner Abdul-Rahman is voting in the affirmative on the
On
previous.
775.
All right, Mr. Manager.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. We have made the cutover to the Fulton County Operations Readiness Report with great alacrity, 70 pages worth. But we will, it is actually 3 reports in one, so Madam Clerk, if you go ahead and pull up the agenda, you'll see it's Project Orca, which we will report on each month. It is Reimagining the Workplace, which is the long-awaited for, and I'm quite excited to present the design work and the ultimate benefits of an update to 141 prior. And then a very significant library and arts area report, but then also a strategic plan that's been developed by the Board of Trustees. So it is, in terms of material, a lot, but we will step through it quickly. On Project Orca, just a couple of highlights that Alton will then go into. We've removed another 10,000 cases this month from the backlog. The mayors have made some misinformed comments about no progress being made after $75 million invested, which clearly isn't accurate. Most of our units are on track to date from a project standpoint. However, we do have 3,500 folks plus still in the jail, which creates a sense of urgency both in terms of case backlog reduction as well as inmate sourcing to other facilities as crime and arrest levels continue to make significant demands on our system. Would remind our mayors that Project Orca has been used as a model across the state of Georgia, and perhaps they need to update their talking points with data points. We have included the COVID financials as well as general fund financials for your review. That's a new element to this. You'll see, as an example, the vacancy report prominently displayed, which again we've been providing, but we want to make it a part of this report, and we are at 16% vacancy rate now, 665 folks. A reminder, that is a point in time report, changes daily. But as you consider items for funding, additional funding, I think a couple of things from these reports are helpful. One is the ARPA reserves, 20 to 35 million. Sharon can explain how those work in tandem, as well as, of course, the potential of capturing, and you have an agenda item today, some of the financial associated with vacant positions, which is about 50 million in round numbers. One has risk in terms of FEMA reimbursement, one has operational risk. However, one of the most significant things, again, that we'll talk about today is what we call reimagining the workplace. It's gone under different names before, like pandemic proofing, future proofing, and the like, but it's really aimed at, again, our headquarters location at 141 Pryor, which hasn't been modernized since the mid-1990s. The goal is really to engage the Fulton County workforce with a modern technology-enabled environment. And we're planning for, as you remember, 50% or so of the workers being here at any one point in time, flexible spaces, customer access on the first couple of floors, improved security, which has come up several times of recent, maximum utilization of the central library, which is truly not only a tremendous library, but also office space environment. And then importantly, which I personally have been looking to do for some period of time, is moving the tax assessor's office back here to 141, giving us more of a one-stop shop with tax commissioner and tax assessor. This has taken some time to fully develop, and you'll see all the moving parts and why that's been the case to carefully think through. So I want to thank you for your patience. More or less in the spirit of Abraham Lincoln, we may walk slowly, but we never walk backwards. So this is a truly visionary plan, in my view. It makes our primary location an asset in recruitment as well as retention, which we all know the importance of. And it takes all the lessons that we learned during COVID, which I do think has forever changed the way we work, communicate, and collaborate. So again, hopefully you will see this as a great benefit to employees and to citizens. And I think from looking at the place that we sit in, the atrium, the entrance plaza, the court facade, that Joe Davis and Tim Diamond and the entire team can certainly deliver a quality product. The second big agenda item is looking ahead in terms of arts and library and the strategic area report. So we'll overview that report. MicroWiki will take us through that. It obviously is a service that gets the most accolades from citizens, so it's of high importance. We have linked with this report an update on the library spend down plan, and we want to ask for your support for additional TAD dollars out of that plan as we've solidified the construction cost associated with Peachtree, MLK, and East Point. Other areas that we are looking at, I think we'll go through, and I talked to one of our commissioners about this, go through the process with the Board of Trustees in terms of expansion or modernization and comport with their master plan process, and we'll bring that back at another time. We went back to, not including in this report, but coming up to the drawing board on compensation recommendations. My analogy is we have a series of bolt-on enhancements to the Archer plan. The raw fact is Archer had a number of deficiencies and vagaries. Too many pay levels, which I fully agree with, which is Commissioner Ellis's point with 30 plus. I worked for years to get to be a pay grade 8 in Bell South and thought that was the end of the journey. So us having 8 or us having 35 and Bell South having 8 is kind of a good comparison. But it also lacked a number of other things. It had no living wage floor, no recognition of tenure, as you remember, no performance-based pay element, as well as any targeted plan for positions difficult to retain or recruit. And in addition to that, as we have moved along, this latest bolt-on that we would be asking for is this retention tool with a 20% increase to the upper ranges. That's one I'm going to personally ask for, because the loss of our talent, particularly at the leadership level or just on an episodic when somebody is confronted with an offer, is something that a 20% increase in these ranges would allow us to do, but without committing us to being outside of our budget constraints. So again, I hope that as we present this, we'll describe the elephant, not a three-hump camel, because I realize it is a journey that we've been on. But we've done the research on all of these, I think, and comported with what the board has previously approved, but obviously we'll be taking your direction today. We've also done the research on the overtime trial question, so I think you'll be pleased with that. We definitely agree with you and see the jail as the burning platform, so it's incredibly important to address that. It's also difficult, honestly, to maintain a different overtime approach for non-exempt employees. So keep that in mind as you do consider this, and it is our job to offer you our best advice. Obviously, we're not the policy makers, but and not just to answer questions. I reminded Jack Nicholson saying, "You want us out there on that wall." That didn't end too well for Colonel Jessup, but it's our job nonetheless to give you the best advice that we can, and we'll do that today. Last, we've taken very seriously your guidance on the 2023 budget. Thank you for your viewpoints on that were expressed in the last meeting. We still believe we'll need to highly limit new initiatives, but based on your guidance, we are now reviewing departmental enhancements, and then we'll have a roundtable with both elected officials and department heads that report directly to me to come to a conclusion on that process and bring forward a recommendation to you. We still believe that it will require some revenue adjustments. It will also most likely require limiting hiring at some level, so we appreciate the efforts to bring that forward. We will not be planning for performance pay, risk premiums, or non-essential contracts. I would also ask you to just be very cognizant of any mixed messages of we have plenty of money, because elected officials in particular are looking to see how much credence to put into this effort for flat or reduced budgets. So that all being said, Mr. Chairman, again, we will again take this effort to go through our presentations, but go through them swiftly, but hopefully answering your questions and providing you plenty of information in this document or around these three primary subjects. Thank you, sir. I'm going to ask Mr. Adams to start with Project Orca.
Mr. Alton Adams.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm going to, as usual, touch on the highlights and then open up I'll ask you to ask any questions either as I go through or at the end. In terms of progress, as we sit here this week, we have, as you know, we started with 149,000 cases, a little more than that. We have closed or resolved 88,000 of those cases, and we have 64,000, a little less than 64,000 remaining open and active that we are working on as we speak. Page 6, the next slide, talks specifically to the breakout of the disposition status by office. The last column is a 2-week, not a full month, so it understates a bit of our typical trend. But nevertheless, we continue to make good progress across the system. Please note, as we have cases that move from the prosecutors to state court and to superior court, they then move into and assigned to judges. That's going to slow down a little bit the process, right? Because now they have to be scheduled and those cases have to be adjudicated. But here again, overall, I think we feel good about the consistent progress across all of the agencies. The next page, page 7, talks specifically to, here again, the last 2 weeks, but I would have us continue to focus on the project to date, which tends to kind of smooth out some of the trends from week to week or day to day. As I mentioned, we have, project to date, resolved 88,000 cases, and you know, our variance versus the straight line plan continues to be positive with 24,000 cases ahead of where we would have expected to be on a straight line basis. Page 8 talks specifically to hiring progress. We're making some progress here. Feel really good about the progress that the public defender has made. As you know, when we first started this, we were really concerned about the ability of the public defenders to be able to help drive some of the cases to resolution. They've made great progress. We talked to, in talking to the public defender earlier this week, he indicated that because of the actions from the board in terms of raising salaries, he's now up to 95% of their positions, which is something that they haven't seen in decades. So feel good about the momentum there. There are a number of offers that have been made from the probate superior state court that are not reflected in these numbers because those individuals haven't been onboarded yet. So here again, feeling a bit better, not only about our ability to attract, but also to retain the individuals that we have from a hiring perspective. The next slide talks to the jail population. And as the numbers indicate, we continue to be at what I'd call, I guess, historic highs when it comes to, certainly in the last decade or so, when it comes to individuals in the jail. It continues to be obviously a focus and a priority. It is a focus and priority from our, in terms of our calendaring for our Superior Court judges. And it continues to be a priority from the perspective of the DA and focusing on, in fact, indicting those individuals in the jail. Please note that just because someone has not been indicted doesn't mean they don't have a bond that has been given to them. So it is not necessarily, someone not being indicted doesn't necessarily restrict them from being able to leave the Fulton County Jail. I will also say that contrary to press and reports and the ACLU study, quote unquote, we do not in fact have a number of individuals in misdemeanors sitting in the Fulton County Jail. The numbers that they used were flawed, and their conclusions, quite frankly, a bit simplistic and not reasonable. I'll say that's all I'll say about that. But I do want us to understand that this is a priority for us. We are concerned about the jail, and we continue to do everything we can using every lever across the entire system to get people not only off the floor, but quite frankly, out of the dangerous situations that our detainees, that our medical workers, and our correction officers face every single day. Next page. We continue to work, and this is really, I won't go into detail, but we continue to have working group sessions with the public defender and the DA and Superior Court. Most recently, we had a meeting with the public defender and Judge Edline and a team from State Court, and the goal really is to find ways to continue to improve the pace at which we have individuals move through the system. So page 10 really just talks to some of the very specific things in terms of bond scheduling, qualifying defendants for representation by the public defender up front, specialty ORCA calendars designed really to focus on final plea, pretrial, and certain types of motions. The point I'd like to make here is that in addition to funding the system for ORCA, we continue to look at ways to improve the system so that post-ORCA, we reduce the possibility or the magnitude of any additional backlog. Page 11 talks specifically to detainees by judge. And here again, it's just a measure of the progress, hopefully, that we're making in terms of activity, but this gives you a quick snapshot of the number of individuals by judge in the Fulton County Jail. Page 12 talks specifically to disposed cases as of October 16th. In Superior Court, page 13 talks specifically to disposed cases, here again by judge, in State Court. And in terms of next page 14, we continue to be obviously very diligent when it comes to how do we deal with and make sure that we're aware of the impact of things like violent crime, its impact on the jail population, the impact of increased violent charges and what that means to the ability to move cases through the system. Continue to focus and work very closely with the sheriff and the marshal to find ways to improve and make Fulton County a place that deputies and correction officers want to come work. And that includes, obviously, some of the things we've talked about in terms of overtime and the like. And here again, while COVID appears to have, in fact, slowed down considerably, we continue to read about new variants, and it's something that we are particularly focused on because of the environment in a correctional facility. So in summary, what I would say is I feel that we have good momentum in terms of hiring and retention. I feel like when the courtrooms are open for jury selection in October, we'll continue to see some accelerated progress. That's been a big thing for us in terms of being able to move cases through the system. The working groups between the public defender and the prosecutors is very important in terms of dealing with some of the tactical day-to-day things that get in the way of moving our cases. And we, in fact, are in the process of onboarding or having contracts signed with 30 conflict attorneys. That's going to allow us to deal with C3 or basically some of the issues associated with the arrest of multi-defendants and the ability to move those cases because we have not historically had the number of C3 attorneys that we needed. So that's something that quite frankly, we're very proud of because we're one of the few counties, I think, in the state that have aggressively moved to see if we can deal with that particular issue. So I will stop there. Let me say one other thing, however. That's the good momentum. The fact of the matter is we continue to be focused on the jail and how do we make as big an impact as we can on reducing the population. It's a combination of things. Obviously, the ability to move individuals to AC/DC gives us a bit of flexibility. Here again, the sense that that's the only thing that's going to be done, and as a result, we're going to continue to have people on the floor is a little naive. The fact of the matter is, as the court system continues to open up, we expect to reduce the number of people that we have to keep in the jail. But it is a big concern, and it is something that I would say is probably foremost on the thing that arguably keeps us up at night is how do we, in fact, reduce the population so the sheriff, quite frankly, and his deputies, and the correction officers, and the healthcare workers can feel safer showing up at the Fulton County Jail. I'll stop there and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Just a few brief questions for you. On page 6, one with a chart with the case disposition progress, I wanted to clarify certainly significant progress over the past month, and that's certainly greatly to be commended. Just so I understand this and make sure I'm looking at it right, as we see the district attorney's cases go down, some of those will flip over into the Superior Court bucket, right? So while the Superior Court looks like it's flatlined, they've probably been making progress too. It's just it migrates up as one closes. Is that a correct read?
That is correct.
Okay.
Same thing with state court. As the solicitor closes his
Okay.
cases out, unless he disposes of them, but
Okay.
the same thing will happen with the state court as well.
Okay, so in terms of efficiency or effectiveness, we shouldn't necessarily laser too much in on within the Superior Court and the state court number, over time, yes, but not necessarily kind of, within a short period of time, because it may go up because it's being shifted over to them. Okay, that was one question I had. And then the other note on this, and I think you had shared some information with me separate from this or whatever, that we had some pretty good comparative data that showed kind of our how we were doing from a case processing standpoint compared to a lot of other jurisdictions around the country. That might be useful to kind of share at some point in time as well, just so we can kind of see that, while we're certainly dealing with it, how are we kind of stacking up with how others are dealing with it, and this indeed sort of, as the manager had sort of alluded to, had been sort of recognized as a pretty good model in terms of, kind of what we have going on, So that was another comment. And then lastly, I know it's not in here because this is probably a focus around Project Orca, but just as we continue to do the reports, you know, and you noted kind of continued increase in violent crime and crime in general, and this is focused certainly on Project Orca. We are still having double-digit, you know, percentage increases in bookings, right? You know, and you know, I think that's something that sort of continues to need to be sort of just shown, you know, kind of what's happening with bookings. You know, and as that sort of continue to be at sort of a double-digit level. And sort of along with that, you know, that I took out the slide related to sort of that had the overall, not just Orca, but other cases, just so we can kind of have that lens about, are we ensure we're not building another backlog kind of thing. But those are just a couple of my, you know, comments and observations, but greatly appreciate the report.
And just let me respond, Commissioner, a couple of things. Your point about tracking the non or post-Orca cases, we actually are working on revising that slide. I know you and Commissioner Arrington both had some questions and pointed out some things that needed to be updated. So we're working on trying to kind of lay that out in a way that's a little clearer to understand and perhaps a better representation of exactly where we are.
Vice Chair Hausman.
Yes, thank you, and thank you again for putting this together. I wanted to, before I ask my questions about this report, I want to echo the concern that, or questions I'm getting on non-ORCA cases and making sure that we're monitoring the progress of them like we are these. So
yes.
I think that that would be a great addition to this report, just so that we're very clear to the public on our efforts to deal with the situation that we find ourselves in. I want to go back to page 7. This week looks like we didn't make as much progress as we've been making. Is there a specific reason for that?
No, and as I mentioned, you know, in any 2-week period, you're going to have some ups and downs. It could be a combination of the way things are calendared. It could be the nature of the cases themselves, and so that's why we tend to focus really on the monthly information, Commissioner Hausman. So here again, not overly concerned. Because there are some weeks where we actually, you know, make great progress, and there are others where it slows down a bit, and that's just kind of the nature of the like I said, the way things are calendared, and the nature of the cases that might be heard in a particular week.
Well, as you know, this is getting a lot of attention right now, and it should be. So I think the narrative should include an explanation when we see things like this, just so when we get questions from the public, we're clear and all on the same page of the reasons why. On page 8, looks like the state court's having trouble hiring. What's the situation there?
Yeah, we in our meeting with them earlier this week, we had actually purposely held back on, they had held back on hiring to the level that they were approved for, in part because of the way they were actually dealing with some of the cases and in their approach, quite frankly, to dealing with the ORCA cases. That has flipped a bit, and so we expect to see an increase in the hiring in state court. And part of that is a result of what I alluded to on page 10, which is really kind of changing their pace and their approach and their partnering with the solicitor to see if we can move cases faster.
All right, and then from a financial perspective, when we have these areas where we're not hiring like we thought, that money is being reserved?
Well, reserved, it's like, when I say it's actually being redeployed, because what we did, if you may remember, a couple, 3 sessions ago, was we agreed that we would extend the period until September of 2024 for a large number of these positions to allow us to, one, hire and retain individuals, because individuals are not particularly interested in signing up for short-term roles. So for a number of reasons, we extended it. So we're taking the budget the savings, so to speak, and we've used those and redeployed them to allow us to have these individuals stay with us through September of 2024.
All right, very good. On page 9, in your graph here, loan outs, I think the public would like to know what that is.
A loan out is an individual who is in the custody of the Fulton County Sheriff, but not housed in our facilities. So, for example, the individuals who are in the Cobb jail would be the ones that are in the loan outs category.
That's not the Marietta Annex, it's not in the Cobb Jail?
No, that's not correct. No, Marietta Annex is a small facility we have on our property at Rice Street. But so the loan outs actually refer to individuals who are at Cobb.
All right, so that's the number where we have an agreement for up to 500 with Cobb?
That is correct.
Okay, but their space doesn't allow for more than what we've got here, correct?
Well, their space does, but their staffing doesn't.
Staffing, so they're having the same staffing problems we are.
That's correct.
All right, and then, you know, on page 14, your assessment here about some of the issues we still have, and number one being increase in violent crime. Do we keeping stats on where these folks are coming from? I know at one point the majority were from Atlanta. Is that still the case?
It is. Somewhere in the, you know, I haven't looked at the numbers in recent days, but historically it's been somewhere between 70 and 80% of the individuals in our jail coming from the city of Atlanta.
All right, and then I did see a report this week about some street racing that was being cracked down on by the Atlanta police, which is a very good thing that they're doing that. I would assume that those folks ended up at Rice Street, correct?
If they're arrested, they will end up at Rice Street if they're in Fulton County. That is correct.
All right. And then just another question that I've gotten several times, and as we're processing these cases and some of these folks are convicted, what's the typical length of time it takes for them to be transferred to the state prison system?
During COVID, as you know, that slowed down. There was a problem. In fact, they couldn't be transferred. But the last time we checked, that was not an issue. In other words, they were being transported in a matter of days after the case had been resolved.
Okay, so we're no longer holding them for extended periods of time like we were?
That is correct.
All right, thank you very much.
Commissioner Morris.
Yeah, just to follow up on that last question, Commissioner Hausman, that has been improved greatly by Shay Alexander's and Alton's team's assistance in that regard. She was really great at expediting that particular problem as well as lots of others. My only comment is on page 11. We have a lot of unindicted folks, as you've indicated, Alton, and this chart showing detainees by judge doesn't include any of those unindicted people because they don't get assigned to a judge until they're indicted. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so when they all get indicted, there are enough of them over there that those numbers are more or less going to double.
They will go up. That is correct.
And they're assigned randomly by a wheel, so the judges with just a few right now won't get a bunch. They'll all get about the same number of the unindicted.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
So anyway, that's just the point. I mean, if the judges dispose of all of these folks, they're still going to have a bunch more coming when the indictments come down. Thank you.
All right, other comments, questions? Anything else? Just quickly, Mr. Adams, is there any plan to refute the numbers that ACLU puts out versus what we have internally?
Good question. At this point in time, our approach has been to focus on the job at hand, which is quite frankly working with the court system, working with the sheriff, working with DA to make progress and to move the system along, similar to what we've talked about today. We certainly could spend some time responding to the report, and I guess I'll get guidance from you, from this board, as to whether you want us to do that. In some ways, responding to it adds credence, and perhaps more than it's due, but certainly if we think that would be appropriate, happy to take a look at what it would take.
I think so. Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Alton, you know, I emailed that ACLU report to you and everyone involved in the Orca project and asked for all of you to weigh in on that, you know, including the sheriff, because those numbers were very skewed and their opinion was very narrow-minded on what they felt we should be doing. And it was evident that they did not even try to see what we're already doing. So I sent that, and I hope that you are going to weigh in on that, as well as the sheriff and others, because we need to respond. We do not need to have that type of wrong information out there. As you could see from the people that showed up, that it does impact the public in a negative way, and they believe those things to be true, especially when we don't say anything about them and let people know the truth. So I hope that we will see you weigh in and others.
Okay, happy to, Commissioner.
All right, Commissioner Abdu-Rahman.
Alton, you stated that the information was flawed. I know you can't give a detail right now, but if you could be so kind for the constituents that are watching this Board of Commissioners meeting to speak to that. And also, I think it is a duty, whether we agree or disagree, whether we feel like they're right or wrong, we have a duty to those who have elected us and put us in this seat to respond to that report. So I would ask that whether we think something adds credence to something or not, we can clearly look at the situation with Lost and see that we cannot take a position of not saying anything. And so I would hope that my colleagues, as well as the chair, would support some type of response or report, or however the county manager deemed fit into response of that. I think that is our duty, and I think that is the best interest of the constituents who, at the end of the day, they are the reason that we're here. So I would ask if you can speak to what's flawed or your opinion of what is flawed, and I also would encourage a response. Thank you.
Would you like me to I can address a couple of those, Commissioner.
Yes, please.
First of all, the numbers on misdemeanors were incorrect. What was failed, in the analysis, what they didn't do was include the fact that a number of those people who were there in misdemeanors were also charged with felonies. And so as a result, yes, they are in there in a misdemeanor, but they're also in there in other charges. So a little bit of a false narrative to say that we've got 5 or 7, whatever the number was. Second thing is on the bond information. Here again, this assumption that bond information is given out randomly or bonds are set randomly. They are in fact set by judges who make the decision on a number of criteria, right? The number of offenses in the past, the threat to the victim, the threat to witnesses, a whole number of criteria to determine how bonds are set. It's not something that is done lightly, and it's something that the judges are trained to do and they're hired to do. And the third thing is the ability to then make a decision to release individuals. When someone is booked into the jail and enter into the system, there is a process where they then have hearings and then they get seen by a judge. That's the way our system works. I couldn't make a decision, the county manager couldn't make a decision, the board couldn't make a decision to basically say, we're gonna let people out of jail because we think their bond is too high or too low. That's just not the way the system works. So my point is, the data that basically was put together wasn't analyzed, I think, as deeply as it should have been. And then secondly, some of the kind of recommendations and conclusions are a bit simplistic and don't reflect the way the criminal justice system works in Fulton County and really the rest of the country. So I am happy, to your point, at your direction, the board's direction, to put something together that talks specifically to that, if you feel that that would be helpful and appropriate.
Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. You know, Alton, I think one of the things that would be helpful to Commissioner Ellis's point, you know, some of the cases may go down for one particular place and may go up in another place. So the one thing that would be helpful, at least for me, is to see a total number of cases, right? So if I see the total number, then I can determine whether the cases have gone down or not, regardless of whether they've shifted from one department or one division from another. If we have the total number, then we can match that total number and track that total number so that we can actually determine if there is a decrease and see that decrease actually. I mean, I think I certainly want to be responsive, I think, to ACLU, but I think that perhaps they and others may need a Civics 101 refresher. There are 3 branches of government, and each of those branches have checks and balances on the other. We are the legislative branch of government. The sheriff, who is a constitutional officer, state constitutional officer, and an elected official who has to answer to the citizens, is responsible for the jail. He is the executive in charge of that jail. And no matter what I want to do over there, it doesn't matter because he's in charge. Our responsibility as legislators are to allocate the resources necessary for him to do the job that he needs to do over there. The judicial branch decides the bonds and the amount of those bonds, and you are correct, they use the Ayala factors to determine whether someone is eligible for a bond or not. That's the Ayala case. But, so again, we as legislators, as the way our government is set up, we can't do anything about their bonds. We could pass a resolution up here today and it's irrelevant because we're out of our role. It probably would be unconstitutional for us to do so. So I guess we can be responsive to them, but I mean, Mr. Franklin is a lawyer. He came in here, he knows that judges make decisions on the amount of bond. He knows that the DA is an elected official, the sheriff is an elected official, and that we don't have control over those elected officials. They are elected just like we are, except they're in a different branch of government. And the legislative branch can't do anything in the judicial side, and the judicial side can't do anything on the legislative side. And the executive side can't do anything in either of those. The 3 branches of government, the powers have been separated by law, by federal law and by state law. And so if they don't like these people or the decisions that these elected officials are making, then they should run for those positions if they think that they can make better decisions than the people that are in there. I believe those people are making good decisions and working in good faith. I believe that they are working in good faith to try to get people out of the jail, to reduce the number of cases, and to reduce the backlog. And so I think it's disingenuous to come in here and to ask us to do something about other elected officials. We've allocated the money. We've allocated the money for them to do what they need to do, for them to do their jobs. That is our job. Our job is to allocate the money. Mr. Manager, Mr. Adams, how much money have we allocated towards the Orca project?
Well, a total of $75 million.
Good Lord. All right, I'm done. $75 million. We have done our job. We have allocated the money and the resources for these people. They are elected officials. The rest is up to them.
Cole Owens, I thought of something. Commissioner Ellis.
I just wanted to say amen to what Commissioner Aaron just said.
I was going to say, those Cole Hans.
Commissioner Arrington, I did want to point out, your question about the total is the top number on the graphs that we show. So that's 63,000, and then the 64 is the total. I don't know if that's what you were referencing, or you wanted a total number above and beyond that. But we try to capture that in our reports to you.
All right, so, why are there 4 columns?
Well, the first one is where we started at 148,000. And then the September, we typically show a month by month, so it shows you for the last 3 months. So September, down below you see the 994, September the 4th. We probably need to do a better job of labeling it. So it shows you.
Yeah, what's 12?
That's where we started. That's when we had the 49,000 cases. That's kind of the starting point for the.
Okay, so I'm sorry, what is 12/12? December 12th?
It should be 12, yeah, it should be 12, yeah, December 12th to 21. That's when the clock started in terms of reducing the 149,000 cases.
Okay, thank you so much. That information is real helpful and makes this make sense more. 12/12, 9, like that.
Got it.
Without that year in there, it doesn't provide the information that is necessary in order to know what we're doing.
We'll update it. We live pretty close to the data, so sometimes we miss some of the being able to make sure that folks who are not living it day-to-day understand it. So we'll make that adjustment.
So then there has been a significant reduction, virtually, not a third, maybe about half or more.
More than half. We went from
140.
140, we reduced it by 88,000 cases, or 80,000 cases. That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, other questions or comments at this time? All right, Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir. I'll ask Sharon Whitmore to make any comments and answer any questions on the COVID financials as well as general fund financials.
Oh, actually, before we leave, Mr. Adams, any update, Mr. Adams, on the plan to regarding the judge's performance for the public to review?
Well, I think in working with Jessica, we were basically going to continue on the path that we are now, which is to make sure we keep the website updated that has a judge-by-judge performance, including individuals behind bars and then the case dispositions. We have that out on our website, and so I will say that I think at this point in time, we continue to focus on that and making sure that that's visible. If we need to be more pointed about it in FOCO, on the FOCO website, we can certainly do that.
Well, I think it was a decision, not the decision, but the consensus or a thought, at least, that we need to get their performance out to the public, because that comes up quite a bit, even from other elected officials, the performance or lack of performance by certain judges.
Well, and okay, we can look at, what I will say is that the data shows that our system in terms of case resolution, certainly over the last 6 months, is better than most other systems. And as I mentioned before, there may be some discrepancy or a difference in terms of the way the judges approach their own courtrooms. But I can certainly talk to Jessica and see what she wants to do in terms of making that more public.
Okay, I would just note that we had this conversation about 2 months ago, and I haven't seen any improvement whatsoever. So, Ms. Corbett, all right, continue, Madam Clerk. Not Madam Clerk, Mr. Manager.
Madam Clerk, if you'll go to page 17, and Sharon will make her comments and answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Quickly, Commissioners, this is the standard COVID response plan financial report that we provide each board meeting. Just wanted to report that for the period since the last report, ending October 17th, 2022, we have expended an additional $4.9 million, bringing our total expenses up to $195.7 million. That represents roughly 58% of the $335 million that we've set aside for this purpose. Our reserve remains $20.7 million. Next slide, please. This last slide is, shows you again the projected use and the sources of the funds that are available to spend. That's where the $355 million spending plan comes from. That's really the only thing I wanted to highlight on the COVID report this cycle. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to take them, or I can move on and provide the general fund update.
All right, Vice Chair Houseman.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Whitmore. And one of the other things that I've heard said in this lost conversation that I think needs some clarity is the issue of who received ARPA money. I think it's been stated that we did not give any of our ARPA money to the cities. Didn't each city receive their own direct?
They did.
So every city in Fulton County received direct funding from the federal government for ARPA, correct?
They did.
All right, have we gotten any requests for money from the cities with our ARPA funds?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay,
No, ma'am.
so during the beginning of COVID, when we had CARES money, there was an issue with how to distribute that money to the cities. We didn't know when we started that that was our obligation. When it was made clear that it was, we did give them some of our CARES money. Is that not correct?
That's correct, about 25%.
All right, I just thought the public needed to understand exactly how that happened, and our relationship with regard to ARPA money is separate from what the cities received.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Arrington?
My question really, Sharon, is not really more for you. It may be more for Dr. Rochelle and Adams or the county manager. People that we have paid ARPA money to, like somebody said we gave $500,000 to Wellsprings or something. Are we getting reports back on how they spend their money and what they have done with their money? And how do we make that information available to the public?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Arrington. Yes, we do receive reports for all of the organizations, for example, under the Community Care Services programs that also received an additional allocation. So any organization that we contract with for services in exchange for ARPA dollars, those are subrecipients, and we do receive those reports. Early in the CARES process, we were providing data on the number of people served. We certainly can provide information on what the impact is of those investments.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful for us to make that information available to the public, right? If we have those reports, it'd be great to publish that information and have, you know, an ARPA page that shows who our money went to Commissioner Hausman's point, and not only who it went to, but what impact has it has, and how have they used those funds for the community?
Yes, sir. We'll work on that with the strategy office.
All right, continue, Mr. Manager.
If we could go to the next section, please. Slide 21. Commissioners, what we have provided in the operational report is the monthly financial report that we have been completing and providing to the board, but presenting it for public consumption. This is what's before you now is a analysis of our general fund expenditures through the month of September, comparing 2021 to our September 30th, 2021 to September 30th of 2022. So you can see how we are spending this year as compared to last year, as well as see how we are spending against the current budget. For this reporting cycle, you'll see that we have spent and incurred actual expenses of $517.7 million against our $857 million budget. Next slide, please. This is a graphical presentation of our monthly expenses year-to-date for each month for the last 3 years. If you'll notice at the September mark, the gold line is 2022 spending. And you'll see that we are spending ahead of each of the last 2 years. And you'll also note towards the end of the year that we have sort of a rapid increase in our expenses as we close out the county's fiscal year. Next slide, please. This next slide is a report of full-time permanent positions by department. It provides you with the year-to-date expense as well as each department's salary and fringe benefit budget. And then we share with you the number of permanent positions by department and the number of vacancies that those departments maintained throughout each month. We update this report each month as the year progresses. What you'll see on this report is that for the year, we have roughly a $445.6 million salary and fringe benefit budget. Through the end of September, we have expensed $308 million, and I believe we have 7 or 8 payroll cycles remaining this year to post to these expenses. Throughout the year, if you look at the numbers down at the very bottom, you'll see that we have 4,126 permanent full-time positions that were funded this year, and you'll see the number of vacancies that we've maintained in each month. The average for the year is 16%. We've had a low this year of 15%, which occurred in the month of July when vacancies dropped down to 620. And they have increased back up to 665. Historically, and I'll have to go back and pull some reports to validate this, but historically I believe that our vacancy rate has run closer to the 10 to 12% mark. So we are still ahead this year in vacancies than we've been in previous years. And this is the information that we will plan to present each month. When we present, it will be based on the previous month, and unless we have an issue being able to complete the reports, we hope to have them each time that we present the operational report, but they will be for the previous month. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I can take any questions.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I just had one thing I just wanted to highlight, kind of an observation, and also to kind of deal with, some misinformation and really uninformed statements that I've heard in recent months about Fulton County being wasteful in its spending approach and that sort of stuff. And I'd want to highlight something on page 21. What's the current inflation rate? What was the number we got? 8?
Yeah, 8.5%.
8.5%. So our actual expenditures through September of 2022, $517.796 million, compared to $495.868 million. If I do my math right, that's a 4.4% change. So we're managing our expenses underneath the inflation rate. So to have people out there making these statements that we are not aggressively approaching spending and seeking to manage that, as effective as we can in the current environment is just a false statement. And I just thought that's worth highlighting since it's right there. Those numbers are real and they're right there on the page. So that's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis. Other comments or questions at this time? Ms. Whitmore?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Anderson.
So now we'll,
Just a minute. Vice Chair?
I just want to thank you for putting this report together about our vacancy rate. I think this is extremely helpful.
Our pleasure.
Mr. Chair, yes. Now we're ready to move into, again, the presentation, long-awaited, much work put into. Tim Diamond will lead it along with Joe Davis on reimagining our workplace. Again, for the benefit of engagement of employees and better service to citizens. Go ahead, Tim.
Thank you. Tim Diamond, Deputy Director of DREAM. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. As the manager says, a lot of baseline work has gone into this project. It's a complicated project, yet a very transformational project. So what we're here today is to present to you where we have coalesced the project and we're ready to move forward with diligence. So the project will be leveraging technology, helping us reduce our current parking needs, helping us reduce lease costs by moving the tax assessor back into the building. It's designed to improve customer access to the agencies that deal most directly with those agencies, as well as support a flexible work environment. Next slide. So where we're headed with the project is to create a flexible and adaptable space. We had certain priorities that were started with that we wanted to maintain, which is the movement from 137, bringing the tax assessor back into this building and moving the public-facing units to Peachtree and Pryor to create greater flexibility and access to those, as well as to help improve the security of the public's movement inside the building. We have a target density of looking at approximately 50% of the employees on site at any one given time. We're looking to modernize the space to use new finishes and colors and developing a workspace for the future. Next slide, please. So this is representative of some of the kinds of workspace for the future we're looking to have in touchdown stations, huddle areas, little getaway meetings, as well as small gathering areas, all very flexible and adaptable. Next slide, please. So we've talked about we're looking through the hybrid meeting to leverage technologies such as Zoom, Microsoft Teams, Cisco WebEx, providing the greatest flexibility and allowing us to make the most conducive use of our space. Next slide, please. So this is an example. On the left is a projected layout of what a floor could look like. The center is where we're looking to do with the offices, which is to replace the existing dry walls with a glass wall to allow the light into and create a more conducive environment. And on the lower right is an example of a meeting and a Zoom room leveraging technology that can be used for the conference calls. Next
So
slide.
this is for 141, this building?
Yes, sir. This is all for government center. Yes, sir. So in terms of the priorities, we talked about phase one are the relocations from 137 to the library, which include senior services, Department of HIV elimination, as well as the Housing and Community Development Group, as well as from the government center to create the Health and Human Services sort of consolidation at that location from the Pryor Street level behavioral health, as well as the Peachtree level, the arts group. Next slide, please.
And then this building would be vacant, 137.
Yes.
If not for demands that the Justice Center has.
Right.
Justice Center partners have.
Right.
So that's one thing to keep in mind. If they need space and they're not going to model more remote work or work at home, and there may be good reasons for that, then that space is then available, eliminating additional lease cost.
These will be the top floors at the library, which floors? I assume it's.
It'll be a blending of floors, sir. So it'll probably be 6 and 7, potentially 8.
That are vacant today, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Those were the ones we were attempting to lease out, I guess, or the floors.
And Dr. Rochelle, we are still, probably shouldn't discuss this, probably just should discuss in executive session, but we still are looking for a potential partner that would go into some of that space, but it does not preclude this movement.
Okay.
Next slide, please. So to focus on moving the public to the Peachtree and Pryor, we're going to move the Board of Assessors from the 5th floor down to these floors. We're looking to move the police department's reporting and fingerprinting down to the Peachtree and Pryor, as well as relocating them over to the election space when elections moves to the new consolidated warehouse. And then we'll provide potentially an additional bedroom, hoteling, and HR training space in the old cafeteria space as it currently is. Next slide, please.
And again, just underscoring, not only is this customer service oriented, Commissioner Hall, to some of the concerns you highlighted in the last meeting, we're trying to get the public on one level, the employees above, whereby from a security perspective, we don't have even the access issues that we have had before. If you can think about people wandering from the police department to the Board of Equalization, they're really all over the building right now without proper access control.
The other priority was moving the tax assessor back. The plan right now is to move them from 235 to the 8th floor, and then IT will, through hoteling and teleworking, will be consolidated to the 9th floor. Next slide, please.
Just one editorial comment on that one. I don't know how many of you have been to the tax assessor's office, and I'm not sure how this necessarily got done, but it really isn't, to me, the proper image for the tax assessor. It's very high-end, very nice finishes. I think being back in the government building not only is going to be, I think, good for them in terms of their access to the court personnel and the tax commissioner, but better from a public perception standpoint.
So other priority locations that will occur sort of in a cascading effect is the audit department and DREAM will relocate to the 6th floor. We will reallocate for teleworking DPW. On the 5th floor, the BOE will come out and go down to the Peachtree level. DRC will slide across, and then we'll create a hoteling suite for employees that are teleworking. On the 4th floor, as we talked about, the police department will move out. We will take the county attorney and consolidate her to that location, putting her operations all on that side. And then in the mid-tower, we will create a hoteling suite for employees that are teleworking as well. Next slide, please. So to summarize the project is looking to utilize all the $25 million set aside in the ARPA funds. In order to do so, all of our commitments are to be in place by December 2024, with the expenditure of the funds by December 2026.
Excuse me, everything that you talked about can be accomplished with that 25 million ARPA funds?
We believe so right now, yes, sir. We have worked very diligently, as you know. We've put considerable amount of Fucura bonds into the project, and we have structured the project in line with those investments in mind to not mitigate or eliminate the amount of money that we've invested in the building, and to capture that with the least disruption to the amount of money that we've invested in the facility. So future milestones include developing the design-build RFP, making awards of the contract, and getting started in construction. And as the manager indicated, this project is really intended to be transformative. It's meant to engage the employees, allow us to more effectively serve the citizens in a post-COVID environment, allow us to provide a better working environment for our employees, retain the employees that we have, as well as to be a conducive environment to hire new employees. Next slide. So our next immediate steps is to move things forward. We wanted to show your boardroom. As you can see, you're getting ready to go under a renovation. So construction is due to start on December 10th with a move-in by January 25th.
Is that the 10th floor?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
That's the
Did you
10th
see
floor.
this, Commissioner Hall?
You know, I want to hear about the technology.
There'll be all kinds of new technology going in there too, as well.
And this is, you know, again, clearly long overdue, and also from an image perspective, it's just not appropriate to have our elected leaders in the space that we have you in today. So that's why we're moving this to the front of the line.
Next slide. And with that, I'll take any other questions that anyone might have.
So that 25 million includes construction plus, what do you call it? Furniture and equipment, all of that?
There are allocations in there, yes, sir, for furniture and equipment.
All right, Vice Chair Houseman, Commissioner Abdul Rahman, Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Hall. Vice Chair.
So does that include the bathroom renovations all the way up in this building? I know you've gotten to maybe the 5th floor or so at this point.
The bathroom renovations have been all targeted towards public-facing space, and most of that project is actually starting to wind down now. So we've hit all the major bathrooms in the public-facing space and floors.
What about on the 10th floor?
We can certainly look at that within the amount of funds that we have.
I would think the money wasted on the water leaks in there might pay for it.
Yep.
Thank you. And then on the elections, are we going to have any elections presence in this building after you get your work done?
No, ma'am, it's not attended. That's the reason for the effort, was to consolidate them and to create an election central for the logistics that they have, so that everything is working out of one location.
Just for the benefit of the public, I
Yes,
just think
ma'am.
it's necessary to be clear.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Will this continue to be an early voting location?
Not to, we'd have to ask elections. I'm not.
We'll have to ask.
Well, I do think that, I don't know what the numbers are, but to have an office downtown where people that work downtown could vote would still be probably an amenity that we should try to continue.
We'll certainly engage them in that conversation.
Whether that's in the atrium or wherever it might be
Yep.
set up on a temporary basis.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I would also echo what Vice Chair Houseman said as far as the ability to have a voting precinct for the people downtown. Downtown, if we're able to do that, I think that would be in the best interest. And I also want to echo the bathrooms as well, if we can do
Sure.
it. I just would like to see that. But more importantly, this looks good. I want to commend you on this. I want to ask you a question because I don't want to assume. Did we take any input from particular departments?
Yes,
on
ma'am.
it? We did do that?
Yes, ma'am. There have been, throughout this process, there have been a series of interviews that started some time ago. They were brought in, they were asked specific questions about how they were going to run their agencies. We're going to go back and sort of have a follow-up as we get ready to do this implementation, but we definitely sought input through questionnaires, meetings with the respective agencies and their directors for their direct input.
Okay, I kind of assumed that you did that, but I just wanted to make sure that we got it out publicly that that was done. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, while we're talking about the restrooms, I would ask that you do a check of all, even if they're not public restrooms, because there's a lot of wasted resources there with leaks and whatnot.
Yes, ma'am. When we went through the ones that were public-facing, they were all new fixtures, and we'll go through the remaining ones to make sure that everything is functioning properly. But obviously, as you know, when they're brought to our attention, we take immediate steps to remediate whatever the issues are.
Sometimes it takes a while to get to your attention, okay? So I've been in some that are really, really bad. So just want to make sure that we're doing a full assessment while we're doing this. Thank you.
And let's be sure to replace those sex trafficking signs in the restrooms, which is required by state law.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Commissioner Arrington.
So this looks good. Thank you. I guess my question, this is for 141. Are we finished with everything that we were going to do at the courthouse?
Just about, sir. We're wrapping up the ADA restroom renovations over there. We're currently doing the common hallways over there. As you know, that we've done the signage over there. We've completed the exterior of the facility. So we are nearing the end of the major renovations as well as the HVAC renovations that we did at the courthouse.
All right, and, did we do anything to the 9th floor over there at the courthouse?
Yes, sir, we did some renovations. We put in a new break room over there because of the alignment of the ADA. And they're going through, and I believe, recarpeting, Joe, right, and painting?
That is correct. Commissioner, are you referring to the 9th floor common areas, or are you referring to the 9th floor that's occupied by the sheriff's office?
Sheriff's office.
So the answer to that would be, other than some minor cosmetic things, no, we have not done any renovations to the sheriff's office. It has not yet been funded.
Okay, what was the total amount of funding that we did for, it was $100 million, right? Between this building and across the street, the courthouse, right?
Correct, sir.
So it wasn't funded in that $100 million?
No, sir, and I would make the comment that the funding that was put together before the request as it relates to the renovation of the sheriff's 9th floor office space.
All right, I remember us doing $100 million to upgrade this building and that building, and I don't know, I guess, we relied on you all for the specifics as to how that $100 million would be allocated, but I can't imagine that with $100 million that we did not. Did we talk to them and find out about any? We didn't even. So that wasn't a department that we talked to about what they wanted done or needed done in that building.
So I think what we've missed at this point of the conversation, sir, is that the work that we're doing here in the government center has yet to begin. Tim outlined what we had in place already as it relates to urban redevelopment bond projects. The project as it relates to the realignment or reimagining that we're doing in this building is only in the beginning phases with the courts and their other partners in that facility. So we have not yet begun to crack open that project as it relates to what all we're gonna wind up doing, because we're still in the fact-finding stage. But as it relates to the 9th floor specifically, that would ultimately come from that project, not what we've done thus far.
Yes, sir, we're over the courthouse facility in that complex. We are doing what we did to start this project. We're doing a space and study utilization survey where we're going through and we're interviewing all the respective agencies in the facility to create a similar template to what we did for this facility.
Okay. And that would include the sheriff's office?
And it does include the sheriff's office, yes, sir.
And Commissioner Errington, I don't know if you recall, and by the way, I'm drawing a mental blank on the name of the firm, Faithful Gould, thank you, Ms. Whitmore, that did the facility assessment. That's what formed the basis of the Facura bond and then the agenda for renovations. So it wasn't down at that time, at an individual office level. It was more infrastructure, the facade of the courts, things that fundamentally could not go any longer based on that company's review of our facilities.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, let me say outstanding job on reimagining the workplace. And I'd like to hear more about the technology of the workplace because, we're using more of that nowadays. But I want to go back to the bathrooms because I kept hearing you say they're not public facing, but I consider our bathrooms public bathrooms because when we get visitors who come to meet with us, when we have boards and authorities who use our conference room for their meetings in the evenings after we're gone, those people use our bathrooms, and those they are people from the public. They are residents and people we've appointed or people who are visiting us to speak about things that are going on in the community or, managers and CEOs of companies. And so the bathrooms are very important. And one thing that every time I think about the 10th floor bathroom, I think about this roach that seems to come up out of the drain in the floor and visit us often and literally chases me out of the bathroom. I end up going to the other floor, or going across to the county manager's side. So it is very important that we do that we do our 10th floor bathroom. And let me see. And the question about the court building, you said you are interviewing the offices that are there, like the sheriff, the DA, and all of them. I know from the sheriff, from the district attorney, having asked me to meet with her numerous times over there, I've seen that there is work that was taking place in her offices. And, but I have not seen any work done in the sheriff's office. And, you know, a lot of those offices look like they're still in the 70s and 80s and haven't been upgraded for, you're shaking your head, yes. They look.
We've been there, and so we're in that first phase that we did in the government center several years ago. It's a space utilization and study of how they use the space, what technologies they have, and how they're looking to operate the office of the future. So we're in that interview process right now over at the courts. So it's at a different point in time. It's more at the beginning of the process compared to this facility.
Great, and I just want us to keep in mind that, you know, we want the best for our employees as well, and we still do have employees coming into our offices, and the environment that employees come into really plays on their morale. And so we should try to provide them with the best environments no matter where they are, whether it's over in the courts, in the sheriff's office, the DA, the Solicitor General, judges, or whoever, and or over here in 141. So just please keep that in mind, because it kind of bothered me to keep hearing, well, it's not public facing, it's not public facing. Everything is public facing in here. The commissioners, we don't have private bathrooms that only we use. So please keep that in mind, and thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you.
All right, I'm next, so that's all right.
Commissioner Ellis.
That's all right. I don't have anything to say about bathrooms. Not that I don't care about bathrooms, I don't have anything to say about bathrooms, but just a couple of clarification points. On the stuff that's going to the library, those are not, that's more the admin portions of those departments, right? Those aren't public-facing pieces of that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then on rough estimate, do y'all know sort of the, kind of our lease costs that we're having to pay for the 235 Peachtree right now? Got any sort of sense of what that is?
We can provide that information. I don't have it off the top of my head, sir.
I'll get it to you. I don't want to misquote that. I have a number in my head, but I don't want to misquote it.
All right. But there'll be some, in terms of payback on this, once there'll be some benefit there.
Yes.
And then, I think the point on the election space is, it's worth exploring. I guess more the question is, if we're going to have space for early voting, should it be here in this facility, or should it be in another facility we have downtown, i.e., Central Library or somewhere like that? So I think, it may not necessarily have to be, in this particular location, and this might not be the best location for a downtown location. So as we're exploring that, I guess just offer that food for thought. And I think that's it. Thanks.
So the plan is to move elections out of the annex where they are now?
Yes, sir.
And what will be in that annex?
The police department.
The police department?
Yes, sir.
All right,
Yeah, fingerprinting and their administration. You remember, and maybe that's the next update that we should do, because we've come a long way with the central warehouse, and it will be finished by the end of the year. not disrupting the election cycle, but then elections will begin to move in. So the whole concept with that was they were split across so many different locations, from English Street to here to, of course, we had them in Hapeville as well for a period of time. Now we have them at Philip Lee Drive. It's to get them all in one location, both their leadership, the machines themselves, and then the processes that they have to go through for logic and accuracy and the like. With the, again, the thought being that we will control that environment better and they will perform effectively if they're all together.
All right, so I mean, I understand that in theory, but we've got over 4,000 employees. A lot of them vote here at this center.
Well, I agree.
And so we can't
Yeah, I think-
not have voting available here
Totally
at
agree.
141.
So I think that's probably something that we just haven't thought, they may have, the BRE may have thought about. That, I think, is an easy fix to just either do here or Central Library, or some combination thereof. But I think moving their office is what we're talking about.
All right, well, yeah, Central Library might be good, but I'm talking about here where people are working. I don't want to have to walk down to the Central Library to cast my vote.
I hear you. So again, I think that's an easy fix that we'll go develop where the space should be.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Hausman?
I forgot my question. It was something to do with, I think it's going to be important for us to tell the public how we're handling the elections this cycle, as far as where the absentee ballot's going to be counted and all of those things that we've normally done, you know, either rented a space or whatever. What are our plans to communicate that information?
So I think the best step would be have a discussion item on perhaps the next agenda, unless Jessica, I'm not sure if Jessica's there.
Is that before the election, the next meeting? It is, right? We have one more before the election?
Yes. So Jessica, could you, if there's another plan other than that?
No, I think that's a good idea. We have, we've already communicated about logic and accuracy testing, which of course is open to the public and has already occurred, or I think is ongoing for election day equipment. We have shared our media guidelines for reporters who are covering elections. They've already been visiting our early voting sites and from all over the world, actually. And then as we get closer, there are some processes that are open for public observation but not available for cameras, so including absentee ballot processing is one of those that has some specific guidelines about cameras under SB 202. But you're correct, Commissioner, those will be published. We'll have additional information both on the website and in our media outreach.
Yeah, I just think it's important whether we have it at our meeting or if it's published.
Sure.
And published would probably be better because it's sooner, but you will have poll watchers and those kind of folks that obviously need to know what we're doing.
Yes, we do have poll watchers. We also have the observers from the Carter Center. Actually, they just asked for our media guidelines this morning, so that they are also in the field already doing.
The more transparency, the better.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, other comments? Is that it?
Yes, sir, that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll move out on that and provide regular updates. The next section, again, is one that I think you're going to enjoy because it's very much centered on the library, but also touches on arts. So we'll go through the strategy report and then the strategic plan that has been developed by the Board of Trustees. Okay. Mike?
Okay, Mike Rowicki. I am with Strategy and Performance Management under the County Manager's Office. And today I'm here to present to you our priority area report for the arts and libraries. Next slide, please. Next slide. Our priority area liaisons for this area are Commissioner Arrington and Vice Chair Hausman. And I'd like to offer them the opportunity if they'd like to make any comments about this priority area before we start.
I think it speaks for itself. Thank you.
Okay, so I'd like to start out today with just highlighting some of the 2021 accomplishments for our Arts and Library achievements. First of all, I'd like to note the Arts and Culture Department actually completed the Creative Like Me program with the Department of Behavioral Health and Developmental Disabilities. We also had the kickoff of the first of its kind study for accessibility of individuals with disabilities, using and engaging them with artists and other materials. The libraries, as will be one of our focuses today, it actually had a 96.4% customer satisfaction rating from our citizens with their surveys that they've done, which is a big accomplishment. Libraries also had 10 virtual celebrations for the library reopenings. And also, one of the big key accomplishments with our libraries and what we did over the whole pandemic was actually keeping the libraries, reopening them, starting the curbside services, and then also during this point in time, completing the renovations and reopening those 34 libraries that were under construction. Next slide, please. The strategic objectives for this priority area are to increase citizen and visitor engagement in our arts and libraries, which is a key factor which you'll be hearing about today and what we've been doing. Increase awareness of arts and library culture and library services countywide. Track outcomes and customer satisfaction to ensure that we are meeting residents' expectations, which I think we've done a great job of. And deliver high-quality arts and culture and library services to address current community needs and to adapt those as we hear from the public. Next slide, please. So on the horizon, which are the things that you should be looking forward to seeing some updates on as we move forward in this priority area, are the Public Arts of the Future Lab that Arts and Culture is working on. Again, today you will hear about the vision of the Library of the Future with their strategic plan. You'll also be hearing, looking at some of the arts programs enhancements, identifying areas where we can provide some more equity and equal opportunity to access and resources. The Resiliency Hub at the Metropolitan Library is one that will be discussed today. Completion and renovations of East Point, MLK, and other libraries to improve accessibility and expand services. And then we'll also be looking at some of the social services programs that we're expanding at the libraries to address some of those targets with homelessness and behavioral health needs, to give those wraparound services at those sites. And then we'll be looking to create in the future some partnerships, as the county manager mentioned, for the collaboration and utilization of some of the office space at the Central Library. Next slide. So with this, I'm going to turn over to Dr. Rochelle, and she'll walk you through some of the highlighted projects for today.
Thank you, Mike. Pamela Rochelle, Chief Operating Officer, Health, Human Services, and Public Works. Mike mentioned that the libraries did an outstanding job with charging through the pandemic. They figured out how to provide curbside services and really continue operations. What you see here are two very important trends. The first is the increase in virtual circulation. So in 2020, the board generously supported an increase or an addition to our investment in virtual circulation. We have since that time continued to contribute approximately $1.8 million for virtual resources. This has been an incredible resource for our public schools and for families and just for library patrons in general. And so you can see here on the graph the consistent increase in the checkout of those circulations. The data here, the close to 1 million checkouts is from the beginning of the year through September at 902,000. You see on the physical checkouts, we have already surpassed 1 million physical checkouts. The dip that you see on the chart does indicate the dip in in-person access during COVID. However, you see the chart quickly begins to spike up again as the libraries are in full open mode. Next slide, please. Mike pointed us to some of the projects that would be highlighted today. In the interest of time, I'll just point to a few. One is the $40,000 grant, which is bullet number 2, that we received from the National endowment for the arts. It is a very innovative approach to figuring out how we can continue and improve our access to public performing arts services for those experiencing disabilities. The other project that I'd like to point you to here is the FACE project that was recently launched under the leadership of our Arts and Culture Director, David Manuel. We are continuing to receive rave reviews about the impact of that program and how Fulton County is really leaning in to the fashion industry here in Atlanta. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The Resiliency Hub is one of the other projects that I want to point to. This project is funded through a $300,000 grant from the South Face Sustainability Organization, which is a nonprofit here in Atlanta. This project has two real key objectives. One is to create an emergency operations hub for that community. That is really the second phase of the project. And the first phase of the project will focus on EV charging stations as well as a community garden that will harvest rainwater. Next slide, please. One of the issues that the library continues to face is the homeless population seeking some solace. And so the library is often that place. And so under Gail Holloman's leadership, she is in the process of hiring a social services program coordinator to really address the patrons that come into most of the libraries across the county to try to provide services on site and really redirect those participants in the library services to other services that they may need to mitigate their homeless situation. There are also opportunities here to partner with the Department of Community Development, they're funded through HUD for homeless intervention services. Next slide, please. Next slide. Here you see that the investment for 2022 in arts and libraries is $42 million, which is 3.5% of our overall budget. Two of the most significant investments, next slide please, are the bond. So as you all know, in 2008, through a bond referendum, there was a $75 million bond that was approved by the public for the enhancement of the libraries. And as pointed out at the beginning of this presentation, we have completed the majority of those projects. Here you see, next slide, the remaining funds in the bond program as of September, $5.6 million. And we also have funds remaining in the TAD fund, a remaining balance there of $12.3 million. Next slide, please. Here are the upcoming projects for renovation. You will see on the November 2nd board agenda a request for approval for the construction contracts for these three projects, totaling $4.8 million. Next slide, please. We also just wanted to provide you with a summary of open project costs for the different phases of the library, including the central library as well, and phase 1 and 2 projects totaling $2.6 million. Next slide, please. Specifically for the spend down of the TAD fund, you see here the construction, which I just reviewed, and the open project cost total $7.4 million. Dream Always includes a contingency line, which here is illustrated with $300,000 for a total funds needed of $7.7 million for those projects. We are sourcing some of those projects through, or the cost of those projects through the available bond funds, which I reviewed previously, as well as a previously approved TAD of $1.1 million specifically for construction. And so we will be requesting an additional $997,000 from the TAD fund to complete these projects. Next slide, please. Once we complete the request for the remaining TADs and these projects, we will have an additional or a remaining $11.3 million, and we will use the master plan process to vet additional projects against these resources. Next slide. The priority area report is found on our strategy webpage, our public-facing open government webpage. The link is here, and the public can view the reports on previous reports as well as this one that are now live. Now I would like to turn the mic over to our Library Foundation. They have commissioned the study of commissioned a strategic plan with the help of Greenway Strategy Group. Their presentation is a part of this deck, and now I would like to turn it over to Martha Greenway.
Dr. Rochelle, do you want to see if they have any questions
Sure.
about the spin-down plan in particular, or anything else presented before we go into strategy?
Yes, sir.
Any questions, commissioners, before I have a question? Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And thank you to the library and arts department. Thank you for all your hard work. I just want to make a statement. Congratulations to the Department of Arts and Culture and Mr. David Manuel and Dr. Rochelle and everyone involved for the creation of the FACE initiative, Fashion, Arts, Culture, and Education, because I have never, in the years that I've been here in the county, seen a department that touched so many media outlets David, I counted up to 15 different media outlets, and I lost count after that where I actually saw FACE being discussed, video clips, news reports, and everything. And so whatever you're doing, we need to continue doing it across the county, period, for all communications. And I just love how you branched out, and it was an honor and a pleasure to attend an event all the way in Alpharetta. That was an outstanding fashion event, and your collaboration and partnership with the Commissioner of the Department of Arts and Culture in Alpharetta, in the city of Alpharetta, is an amazing and outstanding partnership. Please continue to make those partnerships across the various cities that have an arts and culture director, that have your counterparts in it, because it really reaped a lot of benefits. Because I saw that you had events in North Fulton, Atlanta, South Fulton. You just really spread out, and that's how we should provide all of our programs and services. So congratulations on the success of that. And to the library, when I was reading the first part, let me see, you know, all the stuff about what the library needs and all that, I was reading and I didn't see a cost. And I know it costs something to do all this stuff that you need done. And that's the only thing that was missing was a price, a projection or something. So I look forward to seeing that. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. First of all, I want to say that the libraries are fabulous and really are community centers. As you know, they're gathering places for our community, and I just hear nothing but compliments all the time about how grateful they are that we have these wonderful facilities in every area of the county. So I just want to say that. And on your graph about the digital, I know that you know, we've had a wait list and issues going on. Can you just update us on how that looks today?
I'll turn that technical question over to Library Director Gail Holloman.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Gail Holloman, the Director of the Library System. Right now, we are addressing it by the additional funding that we received to purchase collections, and so that you all gave us, and we're able to then buy more items. So what we're doing is we also get credits, and we're able to use those credits in order to purchase other digital resources as well as print resources. So we're looking very much at all of that and making those decisions, because we do have still quite a few items that are on hold, long hold periods of people waiting 2 and 3 months to get items. So we're really trying to work toward addressing that in a better way.
Yes, I hear that too. So are we focused on, when we have something that's extremely popular, increasing our availability in those areas, or how are you
Yes.
handling that?
We're able to go and sometimes we're able to go and get more of those items as we start looking at the trends. We're able to then put some additional funding in and just say, let's go buy 25 more or whatever. Some of the problems with the print items, though, becomes you don't want to get stuck with them when they're no longer popular. But those things that are virtual, we're able to deal with that in a different way so that they can fall off and we can get other items in place of it. There's a cost, but it works out a lot better for us in the long run if we're very, very succinct about it. And that's the catch. People have to be really watching. The collection management team has to really be watching how things are trending so that they can then go in and try and get the money to make some offsets.
Well, obviously, as I think technology continues to be a big part of everyone's life, it's going to continue. So I hope that we will continue to address that and not have 2 and 3 months of a wait time. And I know that last year we were able to do it using TAD funds.
Yes.
So I'm real happy to see there's still TAD money available. And I just want to say to the commission, I hope that in the next budget cycle, we will utilize the TAD fund to make sure that we have what the community wants us to have, which is digital opportunities. So thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions? Now we're going to hear from the foundation. All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Martha Greenway with Greenway Strategy Group, and we were contracted actually by the Fulton Atlanta Public Library Foundation to facilitate the strategic planning process. And I'm joined here today by my colleagues, Stacy Lynch. We're going to provide a brief overview of the strategic plan, and then we're happy to take any questions that you have. I want to first just begin by acknowledging that this work was managed by a steering committee which was made up of members of the Fulton Library Board of Trustees, the Fulton Library staff, and the Fulton Atlanta Library, Public Library Foundation. I particularly want to thank Ms. Gail Holloman and her team for all of the work they put into the strategic plan and their active participation in it. As you see here on this slide, this strategic plan is based on a number of things that preceded the work that have really allowed this to be an effective library system. There are already existing high-quality library programs and services in place that can be capitalized upon. As was just referenced, there are 34 library branches across Fulton County that serve the dynamic and diverse interests of our community. Additionally, through the recent referendum, there's been the opportunity to invest over $275 million in the library facilities. And then we were fortunate that the foundation also put the money into the process to support the development of the strategic plan. So now I'm going to turn it over to Stacy Lynch, who will tell you a little bit about the process we utilized for the development of this strategic plan.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Martha. So we want to point out here lots of words on this page, but ultimately the breadth and depth of our process. And so we've spent a lot of good time with the library leadership over the past year. And as Martha mentioned, really relied on a diverse group of steering committee members to help us get to our priority outcomes. Also want to focus and highlight very early on our listening process and the community engagement that was done. So interviews, focus groups, conversations across our libraries, both with those very close proximity to the library, our friends groups, and then those groups even further out. Also want to note here that we used a lot of research from other libraries across the country to help guide us ultimately to get to our priority outcomes. Next slide, please. And then here, the main thing to take away from this slide is when we began, we had a lot of strengths to work from. So that's always a wonderful thing. We've highlighted 4 of them here. You've already named several of them. The fact that our libraries are community centers and people really believe and see them as that. They also see them as playing a role in helping us to address our community needs and what is currently underway. Beautiful facilities. People are very impressed with the renovations and very excited to be back in community in physical spaces. And then lastly, we just talked about this, the access to technology, the role that the library plays in providing that to our community is critical and a wonderful thing that we need to continue to support. On the other side, we have opportunities we want to highlight, which again will help get to how we got to our priority outcomes. Very early on, we heard that and understood the library was doing lots of wonderful things, but there was actually a disconnect between awareness. The public was not aware of all the things that the library was doing. So that was something that became apparent to us in this process. We also recognize that across the branches, that outreach as well as experiences were varied, and there's a level of not universal across our county. And then the last 2 really speak to capacity around staffing as well as circulation and investments throughout the different branches. And so with that, I'm going to pass it back to you.
And I do also want to reference and thank the commissioners for taking the time to speak with each of us in this process. And your information and insights have been incorporated into our overall findings as well. So this is the existing mission of the Fulton County Library System, which we are not recommending to change, but we are adding a vision which reflects really directly from what we heard from the community, the many stakeholders that we talked to, the focus groups of community leaders, of school media specialists, the conversations we had at every library branch, to envision a thriving community where people learn, connect, and create. And that is essentially what people are looking for and what they think that their libraries can provide to them. So if we can please go to the next slide. We're orienting the strategic plan around 3 what we are calling priority outcomes. And these are the areas that reflect the benefit to the citizens that this strategic plan will seek to enhance. So the first, as you see here, is to increase access to a robust and broad collection of resources. So this really supports the notion of individual learning and growth, that people feel like they can go to the library, they can get information or find programs that respond to something that they're personally interested in. It also aligns very well with the county strategic plan for arts and libraries. And some of the indicators that we would use to measure progress on this would include the percentage of county residents that actually have a library card, as well as the number of patrons that are actually accessing and utilizing the library, the number of materials circulating, so you saw some data about that. We would hope that as a result of this strategic plan, those numbers would be driven up, and also patron satisfaction with the library services. The second priority outcome is to increase engagement in collaborative learning. So one of the things we clearly heard is that people are seeking opportunities to learn collectively with other people about topics that interest them, and in some cases learn from other people in their community about topics of interest. And so this opportunity for the library to be a source of community building, really bringing people together and strengthening communities, is something that emerged in our process and in our conversations. And some of the things that we would look to seek as indicators here would be participants in library programs, both programs that are offered in the library, but you'll also hear when we talk about our initiatives, programs that are offered in the community by the library. And also then participant satisfaction with those programs. And then the last priority outcome is expanded access to information through technology. So one of the things that we definitely heard is that the library is the source of technology for many family members in our communities. And so to ensure that not only the hardware and technology is available for people to utilize for the many things that they need to do these days that involve technology, but also that the electronic information resources are available to them when they need them. So those are the 3 priority outcomes that this plan would address, and we would be assessing that last outcome by looking at the number of library technology users as well as the library licensed web-based materials that are circulating, as you looked at on the prior slide. So if we can go to the next slide. In order to achieve these priority outcomes, we have developed 3 what we're calling strategic themes, which are the focus areas of the work of the library. So if the intent is to achieve these outcomes for citizens, then the strategic themes represent what is it that the library really needs to enhance in its work internally over these next 3 years. And so the first area is to embrace and support our communities. So I want to emphasize here that the ongoing programming that is responsive to each individual branch community, that would continue, that we allow that flexibility, that these 34 libraries serve different communities and need to be able to be responsive. But thinking about our community overall, some key areas that we heard in our research where the library is uniquely poised to make a critical difference are these 3 areas of early literacy programming, digital inclusion and literacy, so ensuring access across all areas of the county population to digital resources and technology, but also that everyone has the skills to use them safely and wisely. Economic development programming. And I want to emphasize with the economic development programming that this is not a one-size-fits-all. This might include things like maker spaces that we know that you're putting in place for entrepreneurs to perhaps build things or make things that they can then sell for economic self-sufficiency, as well as the GED programs and opportunities for people to do things such as online job searches and online job applications. So this is a variety of activities that will support the economic development for our community, and that this work would intentionally be done not just in the libraries, but also in partnerships with the schools, the senior centers, and the art centers. The second strategic theme is to promote today's dynamic library. And we heard from many of the constituents that we talked to, including many of the commissioners, that the impression many people have of the library is the one we grew up with, and not the one that can and does exist in the future. And so we want to make sure that we are communicating and reinvigorating the library brand so that people see it as relevant for today, that we're reaching non-patrons and also accelerating awareness of the library programs. And then lastly, to strengthen the library's capacity to innovate and deliver. And you can see here the specific areas where we believe there needs to be some internal focus in order to successfully implement this strategic plan. And then finally, I will reference that the library and foundation boards, many of the members are here today, have endorsed formally the strategic plan and are prepared to support it. And at this time, we will pause and see what questions you have.
All right, a couple of quick questions. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, Commissioner Morris, Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be brief. I just wanted to publicly thank you all. You all were very aggressive in getting input from everyone. And I think the measure of a excellent organization is to not only look at its strengths, but to also look at its weaknesses. And you are correct. The view of the library as what we grew up with versus what it is now and in the future, I have to say that even in my district, the libraries have become an epicenter of information, whether it's with what's there or what's in the community. Different meetings I have had, there are people that have not stepped foot in the library. They came there for one specific purpose and then fell in love with the library. So I want to thank you aggressively for what you all aggressively did. You took what may have been the cons, so to speak, and turned them into pros, and I want to commend you all for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Morris?
Just a quick question. On page 62, under opportunities for enhancement, that's I guess an alternative to weaknesses, right? And it's next to strengths. The Fulton County Library System has comparatively fewer staff and lower investment in collections per 1,000 residents than other leading metropolitan library systems. I'm just wondering if you could get to us some data on that. What other library systems you all looked at and what the numbers are? I'd be very
Yes,
interested.
absolutely. We have comparative charts that we can provide to you showing that information.
That'd be great. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Arrington?
Very excited about this, and this strategic plan. One of the things I wanted to ask about, a couple of the bullet points here, about the library having fewer staff, and then also vacancies. And can you speak a little bit further on that?
I can speak to what I know, which is that when we looked at the comparison of library staff to other leading libraries, and we did normalize that by looking at per 1,000 residents, when you look at the actual licensed librarians, Fulton County is about at the median of the other communities that we looked at. When you look at all library staff, that's where we find that Fulton County is very much near the low end. I think that's driven by two factors. Number one is you have a lot of library branches compared to some other communities of similar size, which is valued by the community. But as a result, you're going to have libraries that are licensed librarians that are somewhat proportionate to the number of branches you have. But where we are seeing a gap is in the people who make the machine work systemically. And this is reflected in some of our findings. So things in terms of partnerships, public awareness, outreach. In this case, this library is doubling up people in those positions as opposed to having the number of dedicated staff that support those efforts, which really are essential to making the library a vibrant part of the community. And so that's where, in my interpretation of the data, there is a difference between the staffing of this library and the staffing of other libraries. It is the case that the library staff allocation has been reduced over the past several years. So the actual number of FTEs that are allocated to the library has been reduced. And at this point in time, there are a number of staff vacancies that have been difficult to fill. Ms. Holloman would need to talk about the reasons for issues with not filling those vacancies. But one of the recommendations that we have made is that one of the first initiatives to unfold is an assessment of the library staffing structure in comparison to other libraries. Because before necessarily filling positions that have been developed based on position descriptions that in many cases are many years old, in many cases are based on comparable county level positions as opposed to perhaps unique positions for the library, to make sure that the library structure is designed in such a way to provide the most efficient and effective service to our community. And then perhaps that will help reveal more about how to better utilize the resources that are available for staffing the library and maybe design positions that are more relevant to the work of the library today and have the needed flexibility in them to serve the community. So that was a long answer to your question, but.
No, thank you. It was exactly the answer I was looking for. And I have another question about the foundation, the library foundation.
Okay.
How much money annually does the library foundation raise?
I would need to ask one of the representatives from the library foundation to answer that. So I don't know if Ms. Kilberg or Mr. Peterson wants to address that.
Hello, and thank you. I didn't expect to be addressing you today. I'm Lori Kilberg, and I'm very, very pleased to be here. And first, I just want to say how much we appreciate not only your support, but your championship of the library system. So thank you very much for that. It's crucial. As far as the money that we're raising, we are doing a lot of private fundraising through grants, through private donations. You probably all have had a letter from us recently asking for your donations. It is an ongoing process. We have raised this year to date, or expect to raise somewhere between $500,000 and $600,000. We're using that as a benchmark to certainly improve each year as we go forward. Once we have a strategic plan in place, the fundraising efforts will be targeted, and I think we'll have some great success. Thank you.
So there are no historical numbers? How long has the Library Foundation been in existence?
The Library Foundation's been in existence since 1988. We were one of the first. After the initial levy, which brought all the money for the capital improvements, however, the Library Foundation became somewhat dormant. And we did some things. We funded a summer reading program, some other things. But over the past 2 years, we've gone through our own growth plan and growth process to become a more professional organization, to have greater impact on what we can raise for the library and the library system. And we are on track now. We have 12 new board members that over the last 2 years, we are increasing our efforts. Funding the strategic plan was our first initiative, and I think a very successful one, and we're very proud of that. Our next object is probably to fund a marketing plan to help get the word out. As you heard, it's so important to let everybody know what we have here and how we can help the community.
And we may have talked about this before. I'm trying to, is there a memorandum of understanding between the foundation and the county, or the foundation and the Board of Trustees? Is there a percentage? What is the percentage of money that is raised that goes back to the library or back to the programming? How is the relationship defined between the two entities?
That's a great question, and we have addressed it. The Library Foundation is an independent 501c3 organization. We exist, however, to support and to raise funds for the library system. That is our mission. That is all we do. That and advocacy on behalf of the library. There is no formal memorandum of understanding between the library system, between the Board of Trustees and the foundation. That is something that is under consideration. Many foundations are moving to that. It has not been a formal process before, but certainly something that makes sense going forward. As it stands right now, we raise funds to supply the needs the library has told us they need. For instance, if there is a specific program that the library wants to do, like summer reading, they give us a budget, we put it into our budget, and we raise funds to supply those funds.
Okay. Well, thank you for all of the great work that you're doing. I'm just curious, I think it may be more beneficial if people know the direct impact that it's having, or that there is a certain percentage that may help in the fundraising.
Everything we raise goes to support of the library, all the funds we raise. And there is accountability, and we are ensuring that. In fact, we're working with the Board of Trustees, with the chair, Chip Joyner, who's also here today, to formalize that relationship, to make sure that their accountability is in place and that we can report out our results.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you all for the great work you're doing.
All right, Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, thank you all. I'll try to be fairly brief and direct. In terms of an assessment of, you've got some stuff about staff and how we compare to, what about number of facilities and proximity of facilities comparative to other communities? Are we
Yes, sir.
above scale on that?
That is a good question. We considered the facility assessment out of scope for this particular strategic plan, largely because of all the work that had been done previously around assessing the facilities. So questions around the number of facilities per capita, the distribution of facilities based on population, the utilization of facilities compared to each other, those were not topics that we explored as part of the strategic plan.
Okay, well, that's, okay. I mean, I understand that wasn't in scope, but I do think that's a potential gap. I mean, because it's been a deliberate focus, that we had in terms of the capital plan and proximity of the library is, driving distance. And so there's a balance to all of that. So if we're not capturing it, it's sort of how we compare to others, I don't know, if we think it's better, we should call it out as a strength. If we don't have data to support it, but I think we probably do. We just got to compare other communities. It'd probably be a pretty easy comparison. My other question is, in terms of just looking at the strategic themes to focus on and the opportunities for enhancement, and sort of just the scope of what we're talking about, the library of today versus, the library of tomorrow versus the library of yesteryear, to a certain extent. The notion that if you deploy your dollars with further investment in collections, is that necessarily going to get you to the corresponding yield and results in terms of the places that you really want to focus on? I mean, in other words, movement towards digital, the movement towards the different types of programming, et cetera. So I think, to me, that is an opportunity for enhancement versus some of the strategic themes is potentially at conflict. You follow me?
I do, and we actually are recommending that there's continued investment in the collection while investing in specific programming at the same time. And so let me just comment on that. The opportunity to go to a library and get information for individual learning is still extremely valuable to people. I think the transition from physical material to digital material, however, is one that needs to be carefully considered. But digital materials also have a cost. So they have to be licensed, and as you just experienced or were discussing with the waiting list, we think that they're infinite, and because it's digital, everybody could have one at once, but because of the licensing, only so many people can have them at once. And so that also is a budget request to extend, or not request, but requirement. If you want to expand access to digital materials, you have to have money for the collection. So the collection is not just books, it's also the digital resources that people check out and utilize. I think that that is important, but you are correct that the balance of that versus the opportunities for more dynamic programs where people are learning collectively is something that does need to be considered going forward. And I don't have a magic answer to that, but I don't think the answer is to say we do not need to continue to invest at the same level in the collection.
Yeah, okay. And thank you for that. And I guess maybe sort of the clarification around, physical collection versus digital collection, and kind of how we migrate our spend and our investment in that going forward. I guess that's maybe the distinction.
Yes.
It doesn't necessarily jump off the page. And then the other question, and I think you sort of alluded to it somewhat in your response to some of the stuff that you had with Commissioner Arrington's questions, is we sort of think about, kind of the, some of these focuses that are noted here, I guess sort of, and then we think about, kind of how you staff a library going forward. This may come out the wrong way, but I'll say it anyway. I mean, are we recruiting the right skill set to our libraries to do the work that's required that we want to thematically focus on? And, is the staffing of a library for tomorrow less about employing librarians and more about employing people who are specifically focused in some of these thematic areas that, that we've noted, right? Is it, somebody with a focus on, early education, that can go out and do outreach in the community about, kind of literacy programming, is it, folks that are engaged in senior services? I mean, should we be thinking about redeploying people that we've got working in arts and culture and putting them in the libraries, or in senior services and putting them in the libraries to do that kind of, kind of outreach, knowing that we've got a physical asset that does have a proximity to a lot more people than some of our senior centers might, or, some of our other type facilities might. Right. So I guess that's something, just not necessarily looking for an answer for it now, but because I did think I heard you say some of it, but I guess as we sort of think about it collectively, at a government level, maybe our staffing and who's there working in those physical libraries looks different.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner. Yes, we are thinking in that direction. For example, hiring a social services coordinator to address the homelessness population in the libraries is an example of that. So with the number of vacancies that Ms. Holloman now has, she is thinking about how to creatively restructure those positions in ways that meet the future needs.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
All right, well, great report, great work. You've given us a lot to think about, a lot to consider, a lot of options, but to have the assessment is really a great tool for us. So appreciate all the work that went into this. I'm curious, what are we going to do with this report? Are we going to have it available to folks?
Oh, so yes, there is a formal strategic plan report that has been developed, which summarizes the information that we just shared. So we would anticipate it's been graphically designed, it's ready to be distributed. So we will work with the library to determine the best way to get that distributed, and also with Dr. Rochelle.
Historically, we've had these available in the libraries, for example. Are we planning to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, great.
We'll
great.
make that available electronically as well as
Okay.
a printed copy.
Very good. Well, beginning of a great conversation, so really appreciate it.
And just in closing, I want to let the board know that at the November 16th meeting, we will have the Board of Health provide their update. So that concludes our report. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, I'll entertain a motion to break for lunch and executive session to discuss land, legal, or personnel. Move approval. I'll second that. All in favor? Hearing no objection, we're adjourned.
Recording stopped.
In the
All right, let's call the meeting to order. Without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. County Attorney, the items from executive session.
My mic is not working, so hopefully you can hear me. Is there a motion to approve the settlement recommendation? Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the settlement recommendation contained in item number 2 on the executive session agenda?
Our motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
On the bottom of page 7, 22-0777, purchasing and contract compliance. Request approval of resolution to extend emergency purchasing authority of the chairman and county manager for COVID-19 related purchases.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Morris, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Cast your vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0778, finance, presentation, review, and approval of the October 19th, 2022 budget soundings.
All right, is there a motion? All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 8, 22-0740, Human Resource Management, request approval to modify the classification and compensation plan by extending the salary range maximums by 20%.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
I just have one question because of our last discussion at the last BOC meeting. And I had made a note when I asked you about the living wage, and you said actually the current living wage was not $32,000, it is actually $38,000. But, so I want to make sure that the reason why you moved this to 32 is because we actually voted on it being 32,000.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
All right, motion is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 6 with Commissioner Morris. 22-0779, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing to provide copy paper and related supplies as needed.
A motion to approve by Commissioner Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0780, request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing to purchase building, roofing, hardware, materials, related items in support of Dream Building construction and facilities
All right,
maintenance.
motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0781, request approval of a statewide contract to provide preventive and corrective maintenance services for county-owned facilities.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Arts and Libraries, 22-0782, request approval of a public art contract to commission Elon Averbach to create a site-specific original work of art.
A motion to approve by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I just want to say that this was a community engagement project to select this artist out of the steel from the last remaining bridge across the Chattahoochee that we authorized earlier in the year of the budget. I hope you've had a chance to look at the rendering of that art, public art. It's fabulous. It's an archway that encompasses a gateway to the river and the park. It's really going to be spectacular, and I just want to thank you all for supporting that effort.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Madam Clerk.
On page 9, 22-0783, Community Development, request approval of a statewide contract to continue temporary staffing services.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote. Strike that. Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay. Is there anyone here to speak to this? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Stan Wilson, Director, Department of Community Development.
I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. I bombarded you when you first got here, and I had you on every Zoom I had. Now I feel like I've given you a break, so that's a good thing. I was just looking at this, and what came to mind is, there was a report done a few years ago on the number of temps that we had countywide and how long these individuals had worked in their positions with the county. And the reason why was because, we felt like the temps don't have benefits. We're working people, we found out we were working people in temporary positions for years and years. They could have retired if they were full-time employees, and they were not getting any benefits. So, especially now with the COVID-19 pandemic, you just want people to be able to be insured and at least have some health insurance with the surges and everything that's going on. So it made me think about, have we evaluated, because I've seen this come around a couple of times, have we evaluated how long we've had these temps and how much money we've spent for them? And if maybe it's feasible to just try to get some full-time employees who would be fully invested in their job because they would take pride in they are a Fulton County employee and have benefits and, be more secure in their position.
Some of the positions that are part of that temp service, they're funded through the COVID dollars. And so those are temporary funds.
So these are temporary funds. So after a while, the funds will go away?
Not all of them, but I'm saying 3 of the positions are funded through COVID.
3 out of how many?
3 out of 5.
3 out of 5.
Positions here.
So the other 2 are not funded by
They're funded through grants.
They're funded through grants.
CDBG grants.
So you have to keep on applying for the grants to get the 2, and then the COVID funds will probably run out and you'll lose 3 people?
Exactly.
So what is the plan for when those funds run out?
Well, when the COVID funds run out, those activities will no longer continue. And so the positions that we're talking about also are CDBG funds. They're also grant funded.
So you will no longer need these 5 positions at all?
Not the 5, we have CDBG dollars still.
You'll need the 2?
Correct.
Not the 3?
Correct.
Thank you, appreciate that.
All right, Vice Chair Houseman.
Yes, I just wanted to comment and thank Commissioner Hall for her opinion that we shouldn't rely so much on temporary staffing to do the work that we need to do here in Fulton County. That was much preferenced to use folks that are invested in their jobs in Fulton County. So thank you for saying that.
Commissioner Arrington.
Okay, what is the actual work that they are doing? It says continue temporary staffing services for Department of Community. What are they doing?
One of the positions does financial work, invoicing, things of that nature. 2 other positions that I mentioned were CDBG funded. They actually do intake for minor repair and also an inspector for minor repair. And then we have the admin positions for COVID, ESG COVID and CDBG COVID.
Okay, so I'm less interested in their titles. What I heard you say something about was minor home repair.
Correct.
Okay, so minor home repair makes sense to me. Them doing numbers and all of that doesn't compute. What do they do? What services are they providing for the county and its residents?
Okay, when I say COVID CDBG, or I say ESG COVID, those are administrative positions. They help manage the contracts because we fund more agencies with those dollars.
Okay, manage what contracts? You gotta be specific. You gotta tell me what you're talking about.
Okay, ESG, those funds are used for homeless prevention, rapid rehousing, emergency shelter. We put out an RFP, and it was actually approved earlier today. We fund those agencies with those dollars, and they provide the services. What the staff does, manage the contracts, do the compliance monitoring that's required by HUD, and also make sure payments are processed.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I just want to say, just a few years back, we were having a really difficult time. This was before your time here. With ensuring that we could get the work done in this department and do it in a compliant way. And I think that there was a decision that was made to look at the way we were staffing in places where we were really struggling. And, there are places where temporary staffing makes sense. Just because it may not have worked in a particular area doesn't mean that it's not appropriate in others. And I wanted, because I was critical at that particular point in time and juncture, along with some other folks that were up here on this board. But I think we've really rectified that situation. And I think most recently also, we were recognized, I believe, for, I don't know how it was exactly framed. Maybe Dr. Rochelle or the manager can fill me in on kind of what I'm referring to in terms of our compliance piece of things with this.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis. Your characterization of our previous struggles is definitely accurate. We've previously struggled with spending our CDBG allocation on time and remaining in compliance. And so since Stan Wilson has come on board, he has brought some new strategies that have allowed us to turn that situation around, so much so that the national office has recognized Fulton County as having the most spectacular turnaround of any entitlement community in the country.
Yeah, and and being a critic, I just want to be also the first one to, to bring praise for, that turnaround. Look, like I said, temporary staffing in some spaces, it gets out of hand, but it sounds like to me that what you're using this for makes sense. It makes sense to continue it, and that we stay on the track that we're at in terms of what we all know is a very challenging compliance area. There may be funds coming in, but the compliance aspects of it are as tough as they come. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellis. Commissioner Hall?
That is exactly what the chairman and I were whispering about before you spoke, Commissioner Ellis. I actually have the email that Dick forwarded to all of us in recognition of this CDBG timeliness performance compliance test. But what stood out even more to me is one of the HUD employees saying in their email that they just wanted you to know, and this was directed to Stan, just wanted you to know that headquarters is very, very pleased with your actions taken for the timeliness standard. Fulton County had the biggest turnaround in the entire country, and I just want to thank you guys so much for your hard work in getting this completed, and I'm here in whatever capacity you need to keep this train on the track. And that is so opposite of what we saw just a little while ago. So congratulations, Stan.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0788, Public Works, request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing for the purchase of a rapid view lateral camera truck, inspection truck.
All right, is there a motion? A motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And motion passes unanimously. 22-0784, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder to provide 54-inch sewer pipe in order to continue the Pine Valley Main Sewer Trunk Line Project.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 22-0785, request approval of a public-private partnership MOU with the Georgia Department of Transportation for 12 and 18-inch sewer relocations.
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Houseman, seconded by Commissioner Abdur-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Commissioners' action items, 22-0747. Request approval of resolution requiring the installation of electric vehicle charging stations in all Fulton County-owned facilities where feasible. Sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Okay, that's supposed to be, that's a.
Co-sponsor.
Co-sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Joe Davis, Director of DREAM. So in reviewing Chairman Pitt's resolution, we find it to be in line with the county's energy and sustainability plan that was adopted as well as recently updated. It's an aggressive plan, and one of the things that we found to be a good idea was the encouragement of other municipalities to adopt similar resolutions and initiatives moving forward with electric vehicle charging stations. To give you a brief bit of understanding of what we're currently doing throughout the county, we have a Resilience Hub project currently underway at the Metropolitan Library, of which the first phase will be the installation of 2 charging stations that we've actually received in our warehouse as of yesterday. We were awarded a grant that is being administered by the South Face Institute of $300,000 that you all previously approved that will not only install those charging stations, we were accepted into Georgia Power's Make Ready program, which will install the infrastructure needed on their side to support that charging effort. And subsequently to that, we currently have a capital proposal, though not yet approved, that for roughly $1.2 million, where we have selected 5 sites around the county, starting with the North and South Service Centers, the North Fulton Customer Service Center at Maxwell Road, the Executive Airport, as well as our Central Maintenance Facility, where we'll be installing anywhere from 2 to 3 charging stations. One of the things to keep in mind is that we're always thinking about the service delivery to the public. As a part of that proposal, as well as the Resilience Hub, we are including the network infrastructure that will allow us to, if necessary, provide charging at a cost to the public. We're going to start out by giving it away for free at the Resilience Hub at Metropolitan Library. For those that may or may not remember, the Metropolitan Library is one of our solar array locations. And as a part of this Resilience Hub project, we not only have the solar array, but we will be installing a battery storage system. The goal is for the first year to analyze the cost of being able associated with providing charging to the public against what we're saving to the county in terms of utility costs, and then repeat that model as we move forward with additional solar installations as well as charging installations around the county. Once we are able to move forward with the 5 installations I previously mentioned, our goal is to go back each year and recommend additional facilities where we've deemed it feasible, not only from an infrastructure perspective, but also in terms of feasibility for customers as well as county staff to add additional stations. And that's all I have, unless you all have some questions.
All right, Commissioner Ellis.
Yeah, I mean, the idea of encouraging stations is, I don't necessarily have a problem with. I guess when you start using words like require and that sort of stuff, I guess sort of the first thing I want to understand is, particularly given where we are, what we know in terms of our budget issues and that sort of stuff, what are the financial obligations that this would create for us?
So at this point, the only thing that has been approved is our resilience hub, which is at no cost to the county at this point. The capital infrastructure being installed is all done through a grant that the county has been awarded. The Georgia Power piece is free from Georgia Power as a part of their Make Ready program. The only cost ongoing would be that associated with the provision of charging to the public. However, as this building currently has a solar array that is offsetting our cost to power the building, we believe that there's a good possibility that we'll be able to provide it at no cost to the county.
I mean, should this resolution be revised to say where feasible and we have grant money to be able to install them?
I can't speak to that, sir.
Okay.
I can only say that when we look at feasibility, the use of grant funding in this program will be a critical core component each and every time. So, but as a guarantee, I can't assure that.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, unless it's sort of clear to me, I can't support that of it. And then I guess also I'd say that if we're going to put on ourselves a requirement where feasible, but we're going to require a developer to do something that, and there's no feasibility language within there and all that, I'm not comfortable with that either.
I thought it was changed to encourage developers.
It says requiring developers to include
There was a
EV charging
revision.
stations in all new
Yeah.
developments.
The new language has encourage, I'm not sure.
Well, this says revised 1013.
Yeah, that should be encouraged. It
That should
have
be
been in there.
encouraged.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm just still, I don't know. I mean, I can't see anything clean on it, that's just my reservation, so I'm not gonna, unless I'm clear what the obligations we might be putting on somebody else, I can't support it. You can bring it back if it's clear.
Vice Chair Houseman?
Commissioner Ellis raised one of my concerns, and you know, we've had cities in the past tell us that we have no business telling them what to do. So encourage is different than required, but again, it should make sure that it's encouraged is in every area of this resolution if it is not. So you mentioned 5 locations that your plans are currently?
That is correct. It has been proposed.
Okay, but when we asked about the cost, you only talked about 1. What about the other 4?
The other 4, I'm sorry, there's 5 locations associated with our current capital request. The Resilience Hub would be the 6th location, although it is moving forward now. The other 5 is at a cost of $1.2 million for the complete installation as well as modification of the actual physical site to accommodate the charging stations as well as for the ability for members of the public to drive up and charge.
And where would that funding come from?
That would be a capital allocation as mentioned, yet to be approved.
Okay, so there's no funding requirement to this resolution at this point. Is that correct?
No, ma'am.
All right, and then I don't know anywhere on the planet that you can pull your car up and get gas for free. Are you saying that these charging stations would be free to the public?
Only where we have solar arrays that allow us to offset our utility cost.
Well, I mean, I appreciate the sentiment there, but I think that most people expect that they have to pay something for whatever form of energy is used to power their vehicle. So I can't support giving it away for free, especially if we're going to be making investments in the millions of dollars to put these stations in.
So as an FYI, please note that as we have moved into the development of this plan, we included the necessary network infrastructure in our installation proposals to allow for the charging process if we decided to pay. But because we're at only the Resilience Hub piece of this, we haven't made a firm decision.
And I appreciate, look, I know we're in a transitionary phase here, moving from gas-powered to solar-powered or to electric vehicles, and I think that's great. I think that, you know, there's a lot of opportunities out there. But, you know, when it comes to who has to pay for it, I think we got to be serious about what we can afford. Did we get those solar panels for free?
We did at the Metropolitan Library, yes. The board approved some time ago an agreement with Cherry Street Solar, and that proposal included the installation of all associated infrastructure at no cost to the county.
And I think that was a pilot project, if I recall, back in the day.
That is correct.
I mean, in the future, we can expect that if we're putting in solar panels, we'll have to pay for it, wouldn't you say?
That is not our intention. We are in the process of developing an RFP to go out to the street that will require the exact same infrastructure installation for free. It just simply allows us to put it out on the street for competition versus awarding it to what is currently a City of Atlanta contractor.
Well, that's interesting. All right. Well, again, I appreciate the effort to make the transition. I support that. I just don't know where we're going to get the funding.
Commissioner Arrington?
So I am supportive of this in theory, but I kind of agree with Commissioner Ellis. We might need a little more time to flush out the details. And I understand that it may have been a little confusing, but to hear no grant, no money, and then to come back and here's 1.2 million. And Mr. Chair, I know you are the king of where's the funding coming from. And so I still haven't heard anyone identify where this funding would come from. I have some ideas of where it could come from, but I haven't heard anyone identify that. And then it says charging stations in all Fulton County-owned facilities. So the word all, I think, is a little troubling for me. I like the word encourage. And so I don't know, I would want a little bit more information to know how this is flushed out. I mean, how many charging stations, Mr. Davis, would a building like this require with the number of employees that it has?
So ultimately, the goal would be to provide ample charging stations for roughly 40% of our administrative or light-duty fleet vehicles. So it would be dependent upon the number of vehicles that are parked over time at this facility. So, ultimately, we currently have 2 spaces in the garage. I would think that if we're going to move forward to reach our goals by 2030, we would probably need at least 4 more stations in and around the government center complex.
4 more stations?
Yes, sir.
How many do we currently have?
2.
So that would be 6?
Yes, sir.
So 6 stations is 40% of the number of cars we have in the fleet?
No, what I'm saying is it would accommodate the travel patterns of those that are parked here on a routine basis. One of the things to keep in mind is that there are different levels of chargers. In some cases, we're going with level 2, which will give you a 100-mile charge within about 45 minutes to an hour. Whether you go with a level 3, that'll give you a full 300-mile charge in an hour. Obviously, those are much more expensive. We would have to do the survey to determine what's the best mix of charging around this facility based on the driving patterns of those who are parked here.
All right, and then I heard you talk about 40% of the fleet cars. What about the other 3,000 employees that drive their own car here?
So one of the things that we would do is analyze where we can put a publicly accessible charging station, like we've done with the 5 in our current capital proposal. So we've put in places charging stations for county vehicles that are work vehicles that travel around the county, as well as those that can access it via public access. We would do the same thing here. We just have not evaluated this facility because we did not foresee at this stage the need to put additional charging stations beyond what we already have in the downtown area. We went and looked at our fueling locations first.
All right, well, I mean, I'm supportive of this idea in theory, but I just, it doesn't sound like, I don't have enough information to support it at this time, but I'm supportive of this idea in theory. We need to reduce our use of gas. We need to increase, and I saw something the other day that showed, U.S. is trailing many other countries in the use of electric vehicles. But, you know, I'm hearing that we're going to do it for fleet vehicles, not for employees. 1.2 million for 5. Like, to me, in a building, how many people work in this building, Mr. Herman?
Excuse me, Commissioner. Good afternoon. Prior to COVID, and before we implemented a number of our teleworking items, of course, we had a full complement of roughly about 1,200 employees in this building. Probably right about now is about 600 to 700 employees that are in the building.
Okay, and what about with the courthouse across the street?
Well, the courthouse is primarily still 100% in the building, so I would probably give them another 600 to 700 over there as well.
So, you know, and then I hear available for fleet vehicles, I hear available for public access, but then I still haven't heard anything about how many would be available for employees. And so, you know, I would just want to see a more, a plan, and it sounds like you need time and y'all need time to put the plan together. So me personally, I need to see and hear more about the plan, but I'm supportive of this idea. I'm supportive of having charging stations, but, you know, I need to have, I just need more information.
All right, Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So because this was supposed to say encouraging instead of requiring, can we make that friendly amendment, please? To change.
Yeah, I'll accept that.
All right, change the, all requiring word should be changed to encouraging. And I want to make sure I'm clear on the $1.2 million. The $1.2 million is for what, 5 stations, 4 stations?
5 locations.
5 locations.
That is correct. North Fulton Service Center, South Fulton Service Center, Central Maintenance Facility, Executive Airport, and North Fulton Customer Service Center at Maxwell Road. Each of those locations will have between 2 and 3 chargers installed according to our current proposal.
All right, and you said the solar panels offset the charges and make it free to charge. And, you know, as it relates to providing our residents something for free, we have plenty of things we provide them for free. Through our cooperative extension program, Fulton Fresh provides them with fresh fruits and vegetables for free. The Board of Health provides health services for free. I mean, that's not unheard of through Fulton County. That's how we serve our people. That's how we serve our constituents. That's the hard work that we do. So to use something that you said the solar panels were provided to us for free.
Yes, ma'am.
So we got them free.
And they will, the intent is for them to continually be free as we move from building to facility.
Okay. Now, if there is a need to institute something to have some kind of revenue generating opportunity, then so be it. But for something to be offered free through Fulton County is not unheard of, never has been unheard of. We offer a lot of stuff for free. So I don't want to give the impression of any residents who may be new to Fulton County that we don't do that, because we do. Let's see. And so is there a plan to expand the offerings? Commissioner Arrington made a very good point that you're addressing fleet vehicles and which other vehicles?
So the intent was to place this first round in locations that could service both the fleet and the public. And that is the 5 in the capital proposal. The Resilience Hub is primarily intended for the public, although it would still be available to county employees at that location. And as we move forward after this initial phase, I think everyone needs to be reminded that we have a national initiative for, by 2030, for all vehicles, 50% of all vehicles manufactured in the United States to be alternatively fueled vehicles. We in DREAM have already implemented a program 2 years ago, to begin making all new administrative vehicle purchases be alternatively fuel vehicles. The charging infrastructure is necessary for us to move forward with that initiative. And if we don't have the charging infrastructure, then we'll have to backtrack on our purchase plan.
Thank you for bringing that up, because that was going to be part of my questioning, because I remember us having a presentation before the Board of Commissioners where you spoke about the initiative, and I thought we voted on something saying that we would follow an initiative. So thank you for addressing that. Let me see, what was the other thing? Resilience Hub. You said the Resilience Hub is going to be available to our employees as well.
That is correct.
Okay, so that covers that, and the employees then. All right. All right, thank you. You've answered all my questions.
Commissioner Arrington?
Mr. Chair, can you, would you consider a friendly amendment in striking the word all Fulton County, striking the word all before Fulton County owned facility?
Yes, that was supposed to have been in the revised one. I'll accept that. I'm not sure where my chief of staff.
Yeah, because I want to support this. I know this is where we need to be going, but,
I'll accept that.
with the other change, I'm sure we can find the money somewhere. I know Madam CFO knows where it is, if no one else does.
All right, thank you, sir. Other comments? All right, let's vote, please. The motion on the floor is to approve. As amended.
And the vote is open to approve as amended. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
22-0748, request approval of resolution establishing protocols to enhance protection of personal identifiable information, sponsored by Vice Chair Hausman.
Commissioners, you have the item before you that was posted in a timely manner this time. Basically, we all know that we had a data breach. It's been documented publicly. This is just designed to codify that we need procedures in place to prevent this sort of thing from happening again. And I ask for your favorable consideration of this item.
All right, there is a motion to approve. Is there a second? Is there a second? All right, fails, lack of a second. Next item.
On page 10, 22-0749, request approval of a resolution terminating a contract for temporary staffing, sponsored by Vice Chair Hausman.
Thank you, Commissioners. You also have this item before you. We've talked a lot today about temporary staffing. We have a certain staffing company that has over and over and over again had problematic service to the county. I think it's time that we move on from this particular company if we're going to use temporary staffing. And that is the intent of this particular item offered for your consideration.
All right, is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Hausman. Is there a second? Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. Next, Commissioner. All right, Commissioner Ellis, second for discussion. All right, Commissioner Arrington.
Yes, Commissioner Hausen, when would this be effective?
30 days, as their contract, I think, requires, according to our attorney.
So during the current election period?
Today is the 17th. Today's the 19th. Early voting, no, it would happen after the election.
Assuming that there's no runoffs? I mean, if there's a runoff, their election will
We have two other
continue.
temporary staffing agencies that we utilize. And on election day, I think that it's not heavily dependent on temporary workers.
All right, I'm not willing to make any changes during the middle of an election.
Thank you. Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, my concern, I think the text I saw said effective immediately, and then if it isn't able to be effective immediately, then it's effective 30 days later. But I had the same concern about runoffs. We got a memo from Nadine Williams about the impact on the elections of this, so I'm worried about that. Can you?
It's 30 days. I mean, you know, again, we've had problems over and over and over again. I heard a report this morning about the safety of poll workers being an issue. We know we've had that in Fulton County. I just think it's time for us to put forward a process in our elections department with folks that are dedicated to the department and not rely on temporary services. I understand the timing of the election. It's offered for your consideration, and the will of the board will prevail.
Did you want to address anything, Mr. Williams?
Good afternoon, Board. I addressed it in the letter that I sent. It would impact the election greatly.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ellis? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, my comment on this, I mean, I do think we've inserted ourselves in places with elections or not done things that the Board of Elections asked us to do. We probably should have kind of thing. I will say this, I mean, I'm going to go on record again to say that, you know, I wasn't in favor of us engaging with the different staffing firms that we did for this particular election cycle. I thought we were done with it with one particular firm. When they did get engaged, and obviously you've outlined kind of where they are right now, and you feel like there's, you know, undue risk placed upon us if we disrupt it. We're here at the moment. So I'm not going to support it for that particular reason, but I want to go on record to say right now that I'm not going to be supportive of using this firm anymore. And I don't know. I mean, if that was the resolution that we would never use them again after this election cycle, I'd certainly be voting for it. But I'm not comfortable potentially disrupting this and creating some sort of unintended consequences that I can't necessarily assess at the moment.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments? The motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails. 1 yea, 4 nays.
Next item.
22-0751. I'm sorry, 22-0750.
Just a minute.
Your vote was nay? No,
All right,
you wanna
record-
vote nay? So it'll be 5 nays, 1 yea. 22-0750, request approval of a resolution implementing a countywide hiring freeze for non-public safety position, sponsored by Vice Chair Hausman.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is before you. Basically, this would freeze hiring with the exception of public safety. And I think from our earlier discussion, we have a long list of agencies included in public safety, the courts, the sheriff, the solicitor, et cetera, that was on our report earlier today with the ORCA report. This does give the county manager discretion to make exceptions if it's deemed critical, in his opinion, to the operations of the county. with a report to us every 30 days on those particular items. I think we also had a report today. He indicated that he appreciated the effort to address the hiring needs and perhaps put in some sort of hold on future hiring as we go through the budget process. So that is the intent of this resolution, to get some sort of constraint on our open positions as we go into the budget process.
All right, is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Hausman, seconded by Commissioner Morris. Commissioner Hall, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of things. I was looking at the resolution, page 2, lines 1 through 6, at these, I believe, are the ones that are supposed to be excluded from the hiring freeze. And what I saw that it's missing are to exclude all constitutional officers. I believe that is necessary. And especially those ORCA stakeholders, because they really need to hire to make ORCA work properly, to address the case overload and the jail overcrowding and things of that nature. And then I believe the front and the back end of the tax departments, they need to be exempt from that, the assessor and the tax commissioner. I got word from Tina Robinson, the clerk to Superior Magistrate Court, that this would negatively impact their portion of the process. So she's also one that needs to be excluded. I did ask Kenneth Herman about the vacancies and found out that the sheriff's office has the largest share of vacant positions that would, period. So him being exempt is an absolute plus. But I would ask Hakeem if he could provide a report of the general fund vacant positions by department, because that would help take a more clear look at the positions and the impact. So I would make a friendly amendment to include language that says hiring freeze only impacts the general fund, and something to exclude all constitutional officers. And then, of course, those other departments in ORCA that could be impacted negatively. Oh, and potentially, I would like to ask Mr. Herman if key classifications, seems like that should be exempt as well. What do you think, Mr. Herman? You're the expert.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. In my professional opinion, with the effort that we put into developing the strategy and identifying that very small group of classifications and calling them key classifications, underneath the guise of it was important to try to win that talent to get them into the organization, that would be an excellent conclusion of excluding them from the hiring freeze, so we could attract those individuals into the organization since we have opportunities to do so.
Okay, thank you for that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
I'm a little worried about this bill. I think it may be a little premature. Thank you, Commissioner Hall. I think a lot of those constitutional officers and others certainly need to be considered. I don't necessarily know if they need to be included, but they certainly need to be considered. Well, the reason I don't want to do it is because guess what? None of those people can do anything without IT. So then you got to put IT in, right? All right, and then We just heard from the libraries today that they're understaffed and that they have vacancies and they're having trouble keeping people. I got a vacancy. I'm not getting ready to put a freeze on me hiring someone in my office. So I don't know what, maybe our county manager or chief financial officer may have some opinion on if this is needed and if the timing, and if it's needed, right now.
So my experience would be, when you do this, we probably ought to be doing an entire plan, which can be consistent with the budget, meaning no new initiatives or very limited new initiatives, a hiring freeze that applies in these departments and exceptions in others, travel restrictions. There's a whole list of things. So to directly answer your question, I think the timing would be better, consistent with the budget. Of course, the advantage of trying to deal with it now is, as I said in my opening remarks, almost inevitably, I think we are going to have the necessity for some level of restrictions, unless, this is a big caveat, unless the board changes the revenue assumptions to some degree, given all the information when we present it, which was in your purview to do. And if you were to do that, then this is truly out of sync with that. In other words, you will implement a hiring freeze of some nature, which is not going to be evenly done, and then you may change the revenue assumptions in the budget process and then release the hiring freeze, which is kind of backwards.
Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I'm not comfortable with it. I think for a lot of unintended consequences of stuff that, we're not necessarily fully thinking through, and this is looks like it's just through the end of the year. And, one thing, it was helpful in terms of the operational report today. I don't know that we really have an expense management problem. If you look at where we are through September, I think the management team has got pretty effective measures for managing expenses throughout the organization, and can do so without having to implement something like this that potentially create some unintended consequences that don't necessarily benefit us and aren't necessarily kind of what we may need in terms of really a full budget approach for next year. So for those reasons, I'm not supportive of moving forward with this type of direction. I'm more comfortable with moving forward with the direction you all from a management team for seeking to be aggressive in expense management through the end of the year. And I think that was hopefully that came across last week when we were having forward-looking discussion around budget and that sort of stuff. And quite candidly, y'all generally have been anyway. So I don't know that you really need direction to do that. So anyway, that's where I'm at on this particular issue. I guess if, we continue to see numbers change and all that, I might have a different viewpoint on it. But I also would expect you all from a management team to come forward with some more specific recommendations if indeed this was what we exactly needed to do. And I'm not necessarily hearing that from you right now.
Vice Chair Hausman?
Yes, and I appreciate the comments, and I appreciate what the county manager said. I'm willing to withdraw this if, in fact, you are prepared to work on the plan that you just outlined and bring that forward during the budget process. This was intended to do primarily what you just stated. It was only intended for general fund, not ORCA. All the constitutional offices are really public safety. So, what, the tax commissioner? Yeah, that would be the only one. So, IT is included in this, is exempt, and it did give the county manager discretion. I have full faith in the county manager's ability to manage it. But I do think that, you know, if the position has been vacant for 9 or 10 months and the department's been managing, then perhaps it needs to be reviewed. We talked a lot about, you know, compensation levels in the Archer study and various things we need to look at. We rarely talk about if we have the right number of employees. We talk about what they should be paid, but, you know, is it adequate or is it too heavy? And maybe that we should adjust some of the people in places they're needed more. So if, Mr. Manager, you are in the process of developing a plan, I'm okay with that. I think that's really where I was going with this whole thing. So if in fact you're doing that, I'll withdraw this resolution.
I think yes, ma'am, one thought that we have had as I look at these numbers, and it's almost unbelievably so, but we had 668 vacancies in January. We have 665 vacancies in September. So in effect, you have a hiring freeze. It's just a churn of hiring and losses. That's number one. And then number two, with the board guidance that I think Commissioner Ellis articulated in the last meeting for us to look at how departments are generally finishing the year below budgets, and we have begun that process. As a practical matter, it's going to effectuate what you're talking about, Commissioner Hausman, because once we reduce those expense budgets to where they end rather than their original budget amount, by definition, we're going to have to eliminate some vacant positions at the end of the year. And again, I would say we have ample opportunity to do so because we're running at 15% to 16% vacancy rates.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to echo the sentiments of Commissioner Ellis. It is the unintended consequences that I'm not really clear on. And so it's not that I don't want to support this, it's that I do have some questions, and the county manager just made a very good point. And so I'm not going to be able to support this only because of the unintended consequences that I'm not sure about. But after review of what the county manager has stated, I think that would be a better option. Thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve.
Mr. Chairman, I said I would withdraw the
Right,
resolution.
I was going to get to that. Any objections to the second of the motion? No objection. All right, no objection, and the vice chair wants to withdraw without any objection, and this item will be withdrawn from the agenda. Next item.
22-0751, Human Resources Management, discussion, overtime, and compensatory time policy and procedure.
Mr. Herman?
Good afternoon again, Commissioners.
Mr. Herman?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes, this is a 5-minute presentation, Mr. Chair. At the last board meeting, we were directed to hone our focus on the potential for comp time and overtime as a pilot solely to the employees within the sheriff's jail operations. And this presentation does just that. And I just want to quickly run through that. Next slide, please. So the board asked us, what policy would need to be modified to allow for this temporary pilot to occur. And while we still hold the position that the policy allows for some flexibility for the department head to make the decision on its own, the policy would be HR 108-16 to add in some temporary language. That document was circulated to the Board of Commissioners so you could see that if you wish to proceed with the pilot, how the language would read within the policy. You asked for HR to work with finance to come up with an estimated cost of the pilot. We have done so. We project that based on the historical trends that we saw in 2022, that it would cost for 3 months for the staff within for the detention officers, deputies, and the security specialists within the jail facility and those ancillary facilities where we have prisoners. It would cost an additional $400,000 to pay those individuals overtime as it's incurred versus comp time. You asked who the pilot would, I ran over this, I just want to make sure I just say it again for the record. The pilot would encompass deputies, detention officers, and security specialists, which is roughly about 400 plus jail staff personnel. Now, while we provided and we believe we've been responsive to what the Board of Commissioners have asked, we cannot negate our professional responsibility to also offer some concerns. Could I have the next slide, please? We're concerned that with the pilot, it creates a false sense of employee expectation. The employees have suggested to you, and the sheriff has suggested that overtime first is what they would prefer, to do it for 3 months and then potentially take it away, leads to some detriment among the workers. We believe that the pilot doesn't solve the underlying problem related to staffing. The sheriff has indicated when he was here that the ability to pay overtime, real time as it's earned, is a key to him being able to win the staffing challenges that he has. And in my experience and in our experience, once you start a pilot, it becomes a permanent fixture within government operations. So you also have to take that into consideration, commissioners. And then, of course, the exclusions also, in our opinion, send a message, because we're talking about a very small cross-section of sworn and post-certified officers, and we're excluding other post-certified and sworn officers in the public defender's office, solicitor, the DA, the police, and 911, which is an area of concern. And then additionally, we don't want to treat our non-exempt employees differently across the organization. So now we would create an environment, even with the pilot, that one group of non-exempt employees get overtime in real time, while the vast majority of other non-exempt employees still have to accrue comp time in accordance with county's policies. And I will stop there, commissioners, because that's the breadth of our concerns, and answer any questions that the board may have about our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Herman. Commissioner Ellis, followed by Commissioner Hall.
Yeah, well, I appreciate your opinions on the stuff. I'll offer my opinions as well, both professional and otherwise. But look, there is no greater area right now within Fulton County government that's where we've got an issue and then operation of our jail facilities. We've had a long-term, persistent issue in terms of being able to attract and employ detention officers. We've got a significant rise in terms of the number of inmates that we're having to incarcerate. We see no signs of either of those two things abating, either more people getting hired or fewer people being incarcerated. We've got to have an exception. And I mean, look, I respect all the people that work in some of these other areas, but we're in a crisis. And a crisis requires that you do certain things different until that crisis is abated and you have some other options. If we figure out a way that we're going to be able to attract and employ more people to work as detention officers and staff the jail, then probably makes sense to go back to, this policy that we have. I don't think that, there's anything that's going on within other areas of government that necessitate moving this hard in that direction. But we've got to have a means to be able to staff the facility. And, the use of overtime, from what I hear from the sheriff, is it's a must right now in order to cover. So two things. I mean, I would recommend to continue to stay a pilot focused on this group. I don't think, one thing, I know we've extended out, kind of some of our ORCA dollars for a year, and we've repositioned some certain things. But, the one thing about, kind of the ORCA positions that we established is that the sheriff's office, has not been able to really hire to associate with any of that. So to me, repositioning, some of the funds that he had, associated with ORCA and using it for this purpose, and then at a minimum stretch this pilot out, because I don't think we're going to see our inmate population materially change between now and the end of the year. Stretch it out until the end of 2023, and deploy ARPA ORCA funds in order to do that, and then really begin to realistically look at this. What's happening with employment of detention officers? Do we really truly have an actionable plan that's geared specifically at addressing that? And have we made progress? And then, I mean, look, I know you start pilots up, they're hard to dial back, but they can be dialed back. And at no point in time that I've ever been down here are we in this great of a crisis period around something that we have no other real alternative solutions to, other than handing it off to somebody else to do, or ask existing people that we have to come in and work more hours to be able to staff it. So, I mean, it would be my recommendation that we move forward with a pilot, you know, it'd be focused on these specific folks, and extend out through 2023, and we figure out a way to reposition, you know, a portion of the ARPA funding to be able to do that, and then we reevaluate it, you know, as we move forward into 2023.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hall?
I just had one question, since we're talking about the sheriff's employees and overtime. So it's my understanding that the sheriff also has civilian employees. Are they also covered under this overtime and compensatory policy?
No, Commissioner. Our analysis solely focus on detention officers, security specialists, and sheriff deputies that work within the jail facility.
So are you saying that the sheriff's civilian employees do not fall under any of those job descriptions?
No, they do not.
And they do not require overtime?
No, I'm saying that some civilian staff are non-exempt and would be eligible for overtime, but the focus of this pilot was strictly on detention officers, sheriff deputies, security specialists that function within the jail operations of the sheriff's department, and only those classifications.
Okay, but it is my understanding that the civilian employees that the sheriff has on staff actually do critical job work to support those additional sworn officers that work in the jail, and that the civilian employees have to work overtime as well. So is there a plan to include them at some point, since you started this with the sworn officers?
This is, as I see it, if the board wants us to now also include the civilian staff within the jail facility, we can go back and do that analysis and provide that number for the board. But again, we were just trying to be extremely responsive to the request that the board sent us to solely focus on those 3 classifications.
Okay, I think it's probably something that you need to speak with the sheriff about, and just to really understand how the civilian employees also work overtime and their jobs impact those sworn officers as well. There's a, oh, I see that. Is that the chief of staff? Yes, ma'am. Okay. So can you speak to that? Because it was in a meeting that I had with the sheriff, it was explained to me that the difference between the civilian employees that you have and the sworn officers, but that they are both very critical to the operation of the jail. Can you help with that?
Very much so. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Our civilian staff who work over in the jail are, in fact, critical. It is, in fact, the civilians that do the booking in process. There are 90 civilians employed at the jail today, and those civilians, without them, the jail can't run. The jail is staffed for security purposes by both detention officers and deputies, but all of the work that goes on there, the booking in process, the release process relating to bonding, so the jail population, the release, that's all handled by civilian staff, for instance.
Thank you. And that's just one of many examples of your civilian staff?
That's correct.
And the critical nature of their work? Okay.
That's correct.
All right. I think It definitely, does the sheriff shared with me that it is critical that they also to be included in the overtime and compensatory policy because they work just the same as your sworn officers.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct. They have to be there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days per year. Both the booking and the releasing, GCIC searches, so searching to see if someone has additional warrants or holds before we, either book them in or release them. All of those things must be done at the jail, and that it's done, those functions are performed by civilians.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I think that this is something that's critical that needs to be looked at. It may not be what we have before us, but it needs to be also considered. Since you have not done any work in this area, Mr. Herman, I know you would need time to work with the sheriff on it, but the jail operation period is very critical, or we wouldn't be having these issues with overcrowding and everything else. So I think it's something that is important to also look at. Is it something you're looking at right now in Orca, Alton, or is it Alton?
Oh, my. Look, it's not something that we've looked at in Orca specifically, but as we've talked about many times, detention officers are really, really hard to attract and retain.
Yes.
And we need to do something. We've
Yes.
tried bonuses. We have tried a number of things. The sheriff feels that and he didn't make up this overtime thing. He looked at other areas,
Yes.
other municipalities, and so this is a step to get us to be on equal terms, and hopefully it'll have an impact. There's no guarantee, right?
Yes.
But it's one of those things that at least gets us to even when we compete with some of the surrounding municipalities. So I think it's critical. I don't think there's any doubt about it. And I know there are other areas, but I will also say there's only there's two sets of folks that put their lives on every day, right, at risk. The Fulton County Police Department and the Sheriff's Department, and the marshals, right? Sworn officers, but those are the areas. And so it's a bit different, and I do think it merits a carve-out in this particular situation.
Yes, I agree. We absolutely need this, but I also want to make sure we don't miss part of the business process that we're looking at, and it's already been said that it's critical that we also address the civilians, but today we must do this to relieve that staff that is working OT and comp time right now. Thank you.
Commissioner Ellis?
I think my comments stand. I guess how many authorized detention officer positions do we have?
Commissioner, I don't have it broken down by each classification, but between the detention, security specialists, and the deputies that work jail operation, it was roughly about 400 plus.
How many how many
vacant.
authorized positions do we have?
I don't have that with me.
Let me put it a different way. Is there any other position or group of positions where we have a higher degree of vacancies within Fulton County?
Oh, if you can put, no,
Okay.
no.
Including other law enforcement positions?
Including other law enforcement.
Including
sheriff-
civilian staff at the, right.
Correct.
So, I mean, I think that's really kind of the point here is like we've got a massive area that's understaffed that we can't hire for. You know, I recognize the importance of other roles, and everybody gets that, right? But we've got to be able to meet this particular, demand that's placed upon us and the folks that are working there. And this is a lever we potentially got to pull, not only to help the staff, but also maybe we see it helps move the needle in terms of being able to attract and retain people. Because we heard about the retention aspect as well. So, I mean, that's why I do think it needs to be lasered, it needs to be focused, it needs to be a pilot, and it needs to be extended out, at least through the end of next year.
Commissioner Arrington?
Yeah, I really want to find a way to, provide some extra compensation for these people. I wonder, are you bringing back the other thing with the 20%? We already approved that earlier.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, it must have been after I came back from lunch, but, all right, I really want to try to find a way to help with this and help fill the gap for these people and for this area where we are not able to hire people. But I am somewhat concerned. What I probably want to do is hold this so we can get more information and look at all of the different consequences and unintended consequences. And I figure perhaps there's a way that we can make it retroactive to help, but I really want to help, but I don't know that I have enough information at this time to.
Or Commissioner, this is just a discussion item before us today.
Well,
Correct.
perfect.
Yeah.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Arrington, would you want me to go back and now, following the line of conversation from Commissioner Hall, include the civilians in that analysis? We already know the cost for the sworn and post-certified folks. Do you want to now also include the civilians that are in jail operations and jail operations alone?
Yeah, I think the sheriff's office indicated that those people are just as essential, or if not more essential than the other ones, right? So
Gotcha.
I don't know how we could not include those people. And then, it becomes a slippery slope, right? Because then there are a lot of other people. There are investigators, right, that may or may not be post-certified that we can't fill positions for. I think Commissioner Ellis was really getting to the point of what would maybe be more helpful for me is what other positions have the same vacancy rate or having. I understand that you're saying there are none that don't have that, but I'd like to see the vacancy rate on all those different positions. That may be more informing to me, right? Because then that's going to help us, and I don't know what the number is, but maybe there are 4 or 5 categories where there's a 90% vacancy rate, right? And maybe we need to target those 4 or 5 categories. But or maybe the number is not 90%, maybe it's 50% or 75 or 80%, I don't know, but I think we do need to target those that have the largest vacancy rate and make sure we get those civilian or otherwise, right? But I don't want to do that in a vacuum without knowing what the other percentages are of other employees in other grades.
We can get that back to you within 2 weeks, but I suspect, Commissioner, is going to be very low. There's none going to be in comparison to the vacancy rate and the number of vacancies that you have within the Sheriff's Department. That's about 1/3 of the current vacancies that we have in the books right now, of the 600 plus that we.
And he got the most. He got the most employees anyway, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, again, this is before us for discussion only. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, followed by Commissioner Morris.
Chairman, I'll make it quick. When we're talking about the civilians booking, talking about having to run GICC, I think I support this, but I believe unintended consequences is a morale issue. Unintended consequences, we're gonna see some flight. We're gonna see some people leave. That department may not have as a high as vacancy rate, but I know when we brought this subject up, my office was flooded with individuals that one said they felt it was unfair, that they were not included, and then they did plead their case because if they're not there, it will affect operations. And so I think it's imperative, we're having a discussion about it, but we need to see how we can, I'm just thinking about unintended consequences. I'm thinking about maybe people going to other jurisdictions that need that civilian help right now. And so I just think that we need to really, really make sure that we make the right decision. I know it's a pilot. It's needed. It's needed. I know I don't have to be sold on that. What I'm not sure about, if we do not include those other individuals that you just spoke about, I think we're going to have some unintended consequences that is going to, in the long run, is going to be a problem. So I would like, when you come back, to speak to what the cost would be if we include them, please.
And Commissioners, my assumption is when I bring it back at the next board meeting, it should come back as an action item, because that sounds like the only quote-unquote hanging chad that we have
Wait
to.
now. You meddling now. Yeah. Commissioner Morris?
Yeah, I'm not sure there's unanimity on this issue here about a direction. My concern is I've been in government, city council. I broke parity with police and fire because we were losing 100 police officers a year and training 60 to 90. And I asked Fire Chief Winston about his turnover rate, and he would puff up and proudly say, we had one firefighter retire this year. And so if we start talking about who are important positions, what are important positions, this is going to open up arguably to 4,216 employees. So I think we really need to look at the vacancy issue, because that's really, to me, what's driving this particular need. You're going to have the civilian employees. Maybe there's not much of a vacancy rate there. You're going to have these other sworn and post-certified officers you talked about, the public defender's office, solicitors. Pretty soon, everybody's so important that we need to do this for them. And they are. I mean, everybody's an important employee, but if the issue is trying to stem turnover and try to stem and address the vacancy rate, then in my opinion, that's what we ought to be looking at. So I think somebody asked about you coming back with vacancy rates in these various positions, various departments. That's the important thing to me, not how valuable someone is, because in my opinion, everybody that works for the county is terribly valuable.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Herman. Next item.
22-0786, discussion, Atlanta Beltline, October 12th CEO report, sponsored by Commissioner Morris.
Okay, this is the last item on the agenda, I think, before adjournment. As usual, I put the CEO's report that was presented to the Beltline Board at its last meeting. A couple of things of importance. I attended the ribbon cutting for the connection of the West Side Trail and the West Side Beltline connector yesterday morning. It was about 40 degrees and windy, but it was an exciting time. And the other thing is that within 24 months, 80% of the trail will either be constructed, under construction, or under design. So it won't be long before the whole 22 miles of the trail is completed. Again, 24 months, 80% of it will be completed, under construction or under design. So that was an exciting day yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next. All right, no further items to come before us. We are adjourned. Thank you.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.